Cat, under the constellation Space Nerd. Nameless Punk and Wolfie, hello everyone! And hello everyone over on the YouTube side of things. Did someone say bonus stream? Oh, you know I said bonus stream. Because it dropped 6 inches of snow here overnight. Which means I gotta work from home and then head out early. And that means we get a bonus stream! And it is going to be very, very good. Hello, Bench Dude, Raven, Jakista, welcome on in, how y'all doing? Oh yeah, no, it was good. Getting home was spicy. Getting home from work was so spicy. But we survived. We didn't end up upside down in the ditch. And that means we now get early things. Yeah, no, last night was, like, I left when the snow got bad at work. And that was a mistake, because all of the storm was between work and home. So my 18-minute drive took 44 minutes. Yeah. Yeah. And then today I had to go shovel. And that was its own thing. Very well behaved snow. Very fine. Not a big deal. Except I'm terribly out of shape. And it's one of those where the snow is just... 6 inches of snow is just heavy. And so I was very worked out... felt very, worked out by the time I was done with that. Winter must be a fan of all that snow. Winter's a fan of the fact that I'm at home and get to play with him constantly. Speaking of which, y'all should put to rest because he's curled up in his bed snoozing so hard right now. And we have an emote that looks just like him. It's him. That's him right now. He's the goodest boy. Anyway. So, there is no history hour today because we have the absolute most delightful game, and I wanted to just get on straight on in because hell yeah, is this going to be a treat. So, today we are playing The Killing Stone, which came out earlier this week, came out on Wednesday. And it is, if you've not heard anything about it, here's the pitch. It is the 17th century. You are a sorcerer. Your mentor, who was also a sorcerer, has died. You now need to play card games with the devil to win her soul back. The entire game has the option to be played in period English. Also, you can pet a dog, a cat, and a raven. And they are all so good. And they are all so petable. Please tell me we're playing in a period of English. Wolfie. Did you need to ask? Did you really need to ask? Come on. This is like, do you want to play Pentiment with scripts on? And unless you have an accessibility reason why you shouldn't do that, you should absolutely do that every time because it's so good. So yeah, now I am ludicrously excited. If you really need one more selling point to say that you should go buy this game right now, it's currently on sale, so it's less than $10. And the devil is Liam O'Brien. Yes, that Liam O'Brien. And it is simply perfect casting. And I adore it all the time. So, we are going to have such a good time with this. Now, I will say, I'm not good at deck builders. I'm not at all. Hello. How you doing, friend? I'm really not good at deck builders. So I will happily take guidance after I fail catastrophically. Because, yeah. But we are going to wander around, we're going to have a great time. There's going to be lots to talk about demons and devils. And all sorts of stuff. And the extremely complicated conceptions of the soul and early modern colonialism and so much else. There's so much good history in here. So, I vote we hop straight on in and see what delights await. Let's do this. Give me a sec. Let me send this game to your best friend who's been screaming about the lack of 17th century games for years. Look, there is an extremely small niche of truly properly early modern games. The actual number of games that are early modern and not medieval with a skin on top of it? Negligible. There's so few of them. Even Pentiment started out as a medieval game and only really became an early modern game in Act 3. I am also this friend. I don't know who your best friend is here, but they sound like they have the exact same take I have been banging on for fully years. This one? No, this one joins those hallowed ranks. So, this game is written in two styles, modern English and period English. Select which one you'd like to experience. Change this anytime in the options menu.
On cue, exit American, tempestuous. Anon, in ponderance of thy jest, lo, my mind's eye doth to its fleshly double, seeming idle turn. For indeed, my sight hath of late failed me whilst I read. E'en from the book of names that revealed thine own.
Hello, Parisian, and thank you for the 52 months. Tier 1. That's a lot of subs. Like, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Like, look, we could do modern English.
Yes, on cue I storm out.
You could...
Later, in ponderance of your jest.
And Jalrin, thank you for the 8 months of Tier 1.
My mind's eye seems
and the hype train.
Turned to regard
Look
its
at that hype.
fleshy counterparts. For indeed of late, my sight has failed me whilst I read. Even from the book of names which contained yours.
Look, that's fine. Look, that's fine. But that's way better. Hello? Did you see the British Museum's YouTube put out a video yesterday on the samurai in video games? Ambermodo, I did not. I did not whatsoever. Fascinating. I'll be curious to see... how that is. Thank you for letting me know. That sounds like a thing for a future history hour. Well, guess what? Tomorrow is going to be a Muramachi working session, so that may be a tomorrow thing. Okay, I'm going to be using keyboard and mouse, but... put it in Video Cafe over in the Discord. I'm going to try and avoid doing crazy wiggles. If y'all start feeling motion sick, please say something.
If thy tongue wants use, subject me. I am unto thy whim a bondsman. But as wise men will one day say, in the beginning was the act. If it is action thou cravest, then to the ritual, and amen.
Come on. Bud. Do you think you... I am nothing if not a yapper. Come on. But first things first... look at it! So, this is known as Charter Hand. It's completely illegible, as it should be. I'm going to assume people did not watch the playthrough of the demo because that VOD is long since dead. And so we are those of you who have seen it before, if you see anything different, let me know. But for the most part, we're looking at this and we're just starting from the top. Ooh, paleography, right? Look at how loopy it is. Is it written in Dutch, actually? Wait, hold up. Right, because there's a ton of IJ clusters. Like right there, right there. And like that doubled I is not so much it shows up in sometimes in Scandinavian material, but it's not common. But there's also things that look like they may be maybe a form of English. Thought you saw Lassen, right? It's not high enough resolution or clear enough for us to actually be able to do things. For us to be able to say for sure. Or at least for me to be able to say for sure. Looks a lot like early modern German. Also possibly. Guy Kansin? I would say that that's probably a M more likely than an N. Well, no. No, I take that back. I take that back because the M's are totally different. They're so much spikier and slanted in a way that that one isn't. So no, that is an N right there. Hello, Sonia. Yeah, but you know, early modern, like, Low German? Entirely possible as well. Who on earth could read this? Well, there's Somar. Like, Somar is very easy to tell because big glossy S. Oh, giant squiggle that can only be 2 M's. That disaster of a letter is an R. It reminds you of Courant. It's not far off of it. It's not totally Courant. Its G's in particular look a lot more legible. Right, its G's look a lot more legible than, like, proper Current becomes. But yeah, it's like a proto-Current almost. Anyway, we should probably actually, like, play the game instead of just nerding out about the script, huh? You approach the figure uncertainly, trying in vain to— oh. Gee, I wonder if that gives us a hint. You approach the figure uncertainly, trying in vain to orient yourself in this uncompassed dark. Wittenberg College. Your office, was it not? A mysterious parcel left on your desk. Within, a box, strangely familiar. Numbly, you had skimmed the receipt, retaining nothing beyond estate of Mariken Svangård, herein as the deceased. Your ancient mentor dead? In her shadow, false and true seem weightless equivocations. She left this box to you? On instinct, you reached for the clasp. Then, an uncanny light which seemed somehow to notice you.
From enjailed time thou art sudden scaped. All hail and welcome.
What if learning out about paleography is the real game? True, you're so right. I apologize for insinuating otherwise. Hast thou a soul? Well, hello, yes, you heard that we're treating, the devil? Behold the devil. Arcanist. Gee, what an interesting, uncomplicated question this one is. this is a subject of enormous debate in this period. I guess not so much the do you have a soul, but what precisely is that? What is the thing? Because, right, and the Neoplatonists would, especially Aquinas, would say, yes, with all of these caveats, but you know, the rationalist impulses of the previous century would result in a lot of work trying to not rely on theological tautologies, right? Most famously, Descartes, right? If we're right at the start of the period, Descartes hasn't published yet. If we're like 1650s, then Descartes already has. But, you know, cogito ergo sum, I think therefore I am, is effectively working from observable empirical principle, right? The observation of the self's thought, and try and build up a logical proof of theology, basically, using solely empirical evidence. So this is an issue that there's a lot of debate about. Are they going with the devil Odin as a crossroads devil you see occasionally in Imperial folklore? Well, now there's a question. Because, oh man, being one-eyed is unusual for the devil in this time and place, except for the association of, as early as the 13th century, but all throughout into the 19th century, associations of Odin with either a Knight Rider or a devil. So I can prove no such thing.
Thou hast, or I would see thee not. But content.
Aww.
Let's call thy new soul my gift. With love deliver it.
Right, slashing the devil's clothing make you think this is earlier in the 17th century? I think that instinct's very good. We'll see with later designs. But he's definitely pulling out of the... Visually, he's pulling out of Commedia dell'arte. And so is this intentionally highly caricatured Harlequin aesthetic.
Now, in all thy mortal world, there is but one game worth the candle.
Thank you for the elaboration.
If thou wouldst play, ask thyself but this. Hast thou the art? Hast thou the will to beat the devil?
Look, one eye. It's not that difficult. You got bamboozled by someone wearing a second coat. In Scandinavian folklore, from this period, you got bamboozled by somebody wearing two whole coats. It's not that hard, bro.
If thou couldst know how oft I have been answered yes, thou wouldst stand
That's later, though. The figure gestures at the ultralight table and speaks no more. But no, actual folklore from the 17th century in Iceland about Sæmundur Ifroði literally says that Sæmundur, who is like the first known person to write a history of Iceland in Latin in the 12th century, went to the Sholomancy, the school in Transylvania that is where the devil trains magicians. The price of admission is that whoever is last out the door on graduation day, their soul gets, they get snatched, and their soul gets eaten by the devil. Instant hell. Sæmundur, being a bro like that, turns to his classmate and says, "Hey, give me your robe. I'll intentionally be last one out the door. Don't worry about it, it's gonna be fine." And so he simply wears two robes. And so when the devil grabs him on the way out the door, he just ducks, and the devil gets the second robe, and it's just a tearaway. He just comedy tearaways and then wanders out the door. Exactly. On the outside, you get a sick-ass dragon and get to control the weather. Until there's another graduate class. Don't worry about that. Also, later on in his life, Simondur summons the devil because he's too lazy to wait for a boat to go from Norway to Iceland. And he makes the deal with the devil. If, right, when I touch land in Iceland, you can have my soul. 50 feet off the coast of Iceland, he banishes the devil, and then just swims ashore. It's so... Scandinavian folklore makes it so easy to trick the devil, because the devil's a fucking chump.
Dost see? Here is the table, and here the game. In this place, we play for souls. Here is my wager. The soul of Marikin. Thou dost hereby swear to act as final executor of thy late mentor's pact. In all trials or contests unresolved, wilt thou play on her behalf?
People forget that Folklore's Faust also cheats the devil?
Thou hast mine eye, by thy dead witch bequeathed. 'Twill serve for thy stake in this test of bona fides, and keep the both of us honest.
Perfect. Spooky.
Now, prove thou art no impostor. Face Valravin, first familiar to learned Marikin, and confirm thyself her pupil.
Alright, Valravin. The figure indicates a signature line on this ritual document. The package from Marikin contained a strangely vicious-looking ring with a nib at its tip. The purpose is obvious. Scribble, scribble, scribble. Whoa. That's not quite Enochian. That's not quite Enochian, but it looks kinda like Enochian. It would be the appropriate period. I mean, John Dee is in the court of Elizabeth I, so like, just a generation of sorcerers before this one.
And now, by
It's
all
Theban.
the eyes of hell and heaven,
Say more.
are we to each unto the other bound.
Why are you using the Old English form of Helven? Why did you use the Old English form? I mean, it's a nice touch, but like, Helven is... Well. Yoink. Oh, yeah, that's totally what that is. Yoink. Substitution Cipher of Latin. First published in 1518. Oh yeah, that's 100% what that is. 1633 reprint. God, that's wild. It's not even like a particularly difficult substitution cipher. That's funny. I like that their M makes sure that you have M in it twice, just to really make sure that everyone knows exactly what that's supposed to be. Did they mention the Sworn Book of Honorius? Yeah.
Until
Incredible.
the trial's done, and game be won, let no mortal soul from this table rise.
Has an elaborate, unverifiable history about the clerical necromantic underground. Incredible. A great pale bird hops forward. An albino corvid? Quite rare. It trills strangely, and seems to speak, not in words, yet you intuit the meaning. Wherefore a mock trial? 'Tis plainly the one forenamed. Yet, if I must perforce, I'll fledge the witch. Lo, stranger, scrute the case in brief, and make thine argument. I frickin' love the law analogy. Both because Scandinavia is obsessed with law cases, and because it's an extremely appropriate, like, form of doing this sort of witchcraft trial is... Right, this form of witchcraft is that literally you are arguing your case. So it feels very of the space. We can pet the bird later. We can't pet the bird yet. To win this contractual battle, you must reduce the health of your opponent's side to 0. If you reach 0, you lose. When your turn starts, you draw up to 5 cards, which you then play on the battle line. Select a card like this. These cards are all creatures, which get placed on the battle line and fight when your turn ends. Place one now in the available spot, like that. Cards cost action points to play, and they refill on your next turn. During the resolve phase, creatures attack and deal wounds equal to their strength to the first enemy they face. Bonk. Bonk. Going first is such a huge boost. The Fangela, the Fanghetla, or Killing Stone, divides the board. You can only place creatures on your side, and vice versa. Uh-huh. That's funny. All creatures have hearts. And, yep. Yep. And we can only put 3 things away, and off we go. That's very funny. Minion battle. Your triumph represents a successful legal argument. There are many such clauses in each ritual contract. Proceed to the next battle. I mean, burying grimoires with their magician, well attested. In Iceland, there's the Red Book, and in Norway, there's Black Books. The Black Book, which has many knockoffs, which are both supposed to be buried with their owner. The Red Book is Eirika Prestur, the priest Eric. Also, yes, what we are playing against here is a Valraven. Valravens are first attested in the ballad from the later 16th century, who's originally a transformed knight. But later on, 19th century folklore collections argue that these are crows that feasted on the hearts of slain Viking kings. And this is why it was such a big deal for the Vikings to retrieve their dead leaders. Because if they didn't, the carrion birds that would come and feast on his heart would become 1 sentient and 2 malicious. And that's bad. Oh no, it tunnels. Right? Sounds pretty metal. It's pretty wild. Sentient malicious birds. Classic. Right? Who is it? Oh, it's Jakob Grimm, actually. Says that basically the Valraven supplants the troll in Danish folklore for this sort of medium levels of mischief and treachery. I don't totally believe him because at least part of the space is taken over by Nisser and Tomter. Or just dwarves. But there's definitely some overlap, specifically in the sort of magical malice for Valron versus Troll. Yeah, it's a Danish thing, Jens. It's not a Norwegian one. Fun fact, I'm not aware of any attestations of the Valron from Norwegian folktale compilations. It's a Danish thing. My new card, Spark, is an invocation, a spell that affects the board but isn't placed on it. Bonk. What's the supposed German parallel? Is there a German parallel? Select the draw pile, see if I got anything better waiting. Literally everything. Anyway, the guys we've got here, by the way, are Threitlir. I believe you that's come up in various metal things. I'm just not aware of, like, the 19th, like, in, like, Asbjornson and Moa's folktale compilation. Right, the folklore compilations from the 1800s. I'm not aware of any things. Yeah. Trolled, Trold, Norwegian, trolls. Remember, Jakob Grimm did Pan-Germanic studies. He was not just a German specialist. Well... Okay, but like, I can cheese this. By the way, the fact that our Threitlir, right, our slaves, are guys with literally bound in wheels, kind of super metal. Voron, Zounds must needs wheel this pomp and puffery towards your devilish foe, somewhat sing-song. Doth thy one good eye not suffice to see? Here is the fortal maven, else I am not me.
Winged knave of no colour plumed, go to. This exam is by hest of thy mysteries, whose likeness thou seemst to voice, yet roundly failed to list. And
Voron
thus
gets absolutely smoked.
save by the homophony of silence. Else will I see my cap new feathered.
Skvab here, means like bit of flesh. These days, right, it actually was borrowed into English as a word for a young pigeon, a squab. But it is a dialectic exclusive Swedish formation. Like, these are the Scandinavian deep cuts that we are deeply here for, because it's not actually a standard Old Norse word. It's a regional Swedish innovation. That's like kind of your fatty bit of flesh. The bird stiffens. Whatever this adversary may truly be behind his mask, Balram seems far wary of it than its words suggest. Wilt thou converse with our guest in new civility or candor? Hast thou not a reputation for it?
Content. We may commune in comfort now, if thou wilt.
Please. I would love to talk to you about literally everything.
To me, thou art the shape of joy infleshed. Oh, to match at last, sweet sinner to the sin.
Oh, thanks. Don't be weird about it.
The late Marican named thee her pupil. Shouldst thou by ritual trial prove thou art the one chosen by the witch, then like that box presently will I, and all the world, to thee ope.
God, it's just so good. Side note for anyone curious, now this game has nothing to do with the Japanese rock that had a kitsune silt inside it. You mean the one that got that split in two randomly, like 2 years ago? You mean the one that just, like, broke? And that's definitely not an omen for anything? What?
The second ritual test awaits, unless thou hast questions.
True, bench dude, you make a great point. So this is a test to start the pact with the devil. This is a friendly bout. This is a friendly. To make sure that we know enough to be able to give the devil a good show. The devil waits on you. So, it is true, Marken is dead. She has willed me her arcane secrets, but are you the catch?
Oh, Maven, we are all of us ensnared. should Marikin's debts unto the house be settled in full, and thereafter sums residual stand ope to claimants, thou art thereby to all scholarly holdings entitled, tomes, servants, artifacts, et al.
Servants? Are you such a one? Much is rumored.
Eager art thou, if a shade green. Patience, e'en as I now thee behold, thou seemst to ripen. Pass the test, and thou wilt know me in the round. Still, what be the harm in a little taste? Shouldst thou by Fanghella trial best Valravin, first familiar to Marikin?
He taps the great contract and ritual spirit board in front of him. Liam, okay, who's surprised? Who's surprised that, Grimoire Vice from Near Replicant also did very, okay, from Near Gestalt because localization, makes for a great devil. Oh yeah, by the way, Fanghella is another kind of, deep cut word. Kind of another super deep cut of a word. Typically, right, so Hetla is the Icelandic word for rock. So, in this case, it's kind of an arena stone. In Ulnar society, these would be kind of boundary markers around either a sporting arena or a holmgang, when they weren't using an island for it. Right, so these would be marking the corners of like a wrestling arena. In the game, they're using it as the center stone. That's kind of the line of scrimmage. I was talking to some of the devs on yesterday in someone else's stream, and that was what they said. Is they're using it as that center kind of line of scrimmage, which is also very good. But yeah, that's an obscure word. There's only a couple of attestations of it in the entirety of the Old Norse corpus. So, very authentic, very good.
His services as an advanced retainer fee to ensure thine arrival to the site of her death. More than this much, I cannot yet say. Now, shouldst thou die before thy tasks complete, thine own soul wilt to forfeit fall, unless some undisclosed advocate steps forth on thy behalf.
Oh yeah, this is a pyramid scheme, by the way. Uh-huh. I want to... Yep.
Aye. Her exile merely stoked that pale and patient fire which doth across the centuries score men's names, or from within consume them. She wished to exceed them all, and as a woman too. Oh, the scandal.
She's
I shall miss
ambitious.
that. Thou wert but young. Perhaps of her tutelage thou dost remember not. Well, she is dead at last. If thou dost agree to execute her will,
Hello, Isabella.
all is thine. For in it thou art named. Now, shouldst thou die before...
Is that this is your eye?
Oh, some of us hath seen too much. Not my first face this, nor among my faces first. 'Tis not e'en the first by thine own Marikin gifted me. Alas, it doth seem now the last.
He gestures lightly at his cunningly whittled profile. Neither gap nor seam do you note any flesh beneath, save for that incandescent eye. You sense a slight dissembly, however, even a note of reproach? How revealing compared to each of the others. I could have a
Thou
set.
hast damnable cheek. I do look forward to Ruddingham for thee.
Aww.
But peace, the test cometh first. For now, let us say simply, that is the reason I stand before thee.
You hear no true offense in the subtle fire of his voice. He turns to look sidelong at the lantern. At rest, that luminous organ stays moist in its well of amniotic brine, suspended, watching, agnostic to time. Yeah. Just for fun. Just for fun. By all powers, principalities, thrones, and dominions that defy you, Satan, be gone.
Satan is a job, child, and mine hath to it more sport. Were I here to thee accuse, I'd say thou dost live a lie. Under what name did they tenure thee? Xenodoxus the Younger, wast?
Phenomenal. Phenomenal. So, quite literally, right, Ha-Shaitan, the accuser, right? So this is a cut, not to early modern beliefs about the devil, but to, kind of Second Temple period Jewish beliefs, wherein quite literally, he is the one assigned to be the prosecutor against souls. Again, very legalistic society. So there's that part, but phenomenal. But there's also this reference, right? Referring it to one of the precursors, one of the inspirations that Goethe used for Faust. So Theodoxia, the empty teaching, which makes sense as a professor in Wittenberg, by the way. And he exceeded all of his things, all the things, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the priest said Theodoxus was a good man. I have been accused. I have been found guilty. Oh my god, I have been damned to hell eternal. And unfortunately was prideful and highly successful and got proud of it and goes straight to hell. So, right, so there we go. The accusation is that we are supposed to be a really cool professor, right? That we have achieved renown and fame and respect at Wittenberg, and it is due to our magical prowess under the tutelage of Marken, who is living in exile.
As well call thyself Simon Magus. By invoking its source, thou dost flaunt the Deutschland.
Hey, is that a motherfucking Simon Magus reference?
Legend. Admit it to thyself or no, thou art of our party, Doctor.
Yeah, incredible. Phenomenal, 10 out of 10, no notes, Simon Magus reference. I love it immediately. But yes, own legend here has gotta be Faust. Right? I mean, it's just gotta be. Our party, you're a witch.
Ere her death in exile, a maven of all 7 liberal arts was Marken so named. Witches alleged would she oft defend, and in final irony did one herself become. Surely thou didst suspect.
You like the term Deutschlanders, right? So, liberal arts. Do I have that on this shelf? I do not. Give me just a moment. You didn't think we were going to get to play the game today, did you? Sorry, there's too many allusions. There's too many references. We gotta chunk in. Oh, okay. It's recorded. Valravnen was recorded in Norway by Sophus Puga in 1857, but with Danish text. Alright. So, 7 liberal arts. This book is the important book for that. This is a 4th century Roman text by Martianus Capella. Magistressa, absolutely, I take your embarrassment, and I crumple it up and throw it in the bin because you should not be embarrassed about that. It's part of why you're here. Well, I need to work harder than that. That better be the entire reason you're here. It's like all I do. But anyway, so this, the wedding of Mercury and philology, outlines through speeches by purported tutelary gods the 7 liberal arts. Those being your primary 3, right? Your fundamental 3, grammar, logic, and rhetoric. Logic is also called dialectic. And then your 4 subjects, which would be music, geometry, astronomy, and arithmetic. Not in that order. Technically, it's geometry, arithmetic, astronomy, music. The primary 3 are known as the trivium, and the secondary 4 are known as the quadrivium. And those 2 together, right, full education in that is what a bachelor's of arts does. Right, that's what that is. A bachelor's of arts is mastery in those 4 things. Or in those 7 things. Why did I say 4 things? A master's will then take you into more specific subjects, and a doctorate is, then as now, even more specific from that. It's a fun quiz to play, trying to remember this from last time. True. So, in this case, what we can imply, right, that she was a master, educated, highly unusual, extremely unusual, served as a lawyer, and then became a witch.
To reprise, Marican's will did testify unto a famulus, or star pupil, thee, as by the scant few tests remaining thou must prove. 'Tis she who by milk of mind hath mothered thee, yea, made thee heir to all her secret arts. Yet, to claim it all...
Uh-huh. I love the capitalization of arts. When did the Studio Humanitatis have overtaken it? We're in the period of transition. Right. It would be a little old-fashioned, but not out of the question, especially in a more sort of conservative area. Milk of Mind sounds a bit like a Bible reference. It's all sorts of place.
From hell itself must thou winst back her soul.
Alright, let us resume the ritual contest as mysteries begin to reveal themselves to me. Okay, but wait first. Look, I have my priorities straight, okay? The strangely blanched bird regards you, then tilts its head to gaze meaningfully at the eye you carry. Then in turn, at the strangely familiar wooden board and parchment laid out here, as if they and it are each bound by a ritual purpose, and this clever creature awaits their use. To derive all this insight from the ruddy bead of its own eyes seems itself a rare thing. We'll pet it again. Aww. You think the arts being capitalized implies some blasphemous things? Not at all. I mean, in this case, right, it means ars magia. Right, the magical arts. But really, the word ars just means skill. Right, that's why it's often translated as craft. And so, you may have a text actually. I'll use a medieval reference from this. In the mid 1200s, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II compiles the definitive falconry treatise. And it is still, like, cited as the definitive falconry treatise today. De arte venandi avibus. On the art of hunting with birds. Okay, can I talk to you, though? Like... Okay, but, like, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I got stuck in infinite pets. Hang on. There we go. Let's try this again. Select a temporary boon to buoy you through this ritual. Oh yeah, in this particular case, the arts of, or thing are the, demonic arts? Ars Magia, or, also Ars Getia. You can choose a boon, a special effect that helps you until the ritual ends. Additional copies of a boon boost its effect, so it's always better to take one if offered. A vital ink file. Boon complete. The minion battle. You can place any creature in reserve above another creature, ready to join the battle when the first one falls. Play a celestial projection now on the battle line. Play the side above represents the space for a reserve. There you go. Unlike the creatures on the battle line, which host them, reserved creatures don't normally attack or get hit in battle. You're gonna nuke my guy. Gonna nuke my guy. Bonk. Some creatures have special abilities when they deploy from reserve, like Anchor of Faith. Played in the Comet Archer's Reserve right now. Bonk. I mean, they're so cool. Ow. Not thorns. The Maven Eye symbol on the Thorns card stands in for you or assets you own, depending on context. As such, Thorns strikes your creatures and yourself. Oh yeah. How dare you? Ow. Rude. I mean, just for fun. Sadly, you're fascinated, but you need to go take an OChem quiz? Well, good luck on the OChem quiz. We will be here for a while. I'll just that one. We don't think we can keep the bird cat or no, if we beat the devil, then we gain access to all of Maraken's, familiars, tomes, artifacts at all. That's according to the devil, and the devil would never lie to us. He actually wouldn't. That's the fun part about the devil, is that he doesn't lie. He gets you without ever lying. Aggression is a chant. Chants must be played in reserve, and they are discarded when they hit the battle line. So we'll do that, and then we do that. All resolve effects trigger before creatures begin to attack. Exactly. Wordplay, legalese, and misdirection. Yeah, it's the lawyer. Exactly. There's a reason why this is a legal contract, and what we're doing is we're effectively arguing loopholes. Right? All of this is a stand-in for loopholes that we are getting. Unresolved gains attack. That's very fun. I only have 3 things though, but for right now we'll do this. And then, can we... No, that swaps them. So we will do that instead. New ones and keep all their reserves. Oh. Or I could not do that. You know? I mean, I'm in fine position, so I don't care. Okay, like, that's a good... Ow. We'll swap that. And then we'll go. Huh. It's believed that contracts used to be a much bigger part of the Ars Goetia. The Solomonic Keys reference parchment repeatedly for no apparent reason. Fantastic. I knew thou wert no charlatan. 'Tis mine honor to serve thee, Maven, and to fly his company of faith.
No counterfeit art thou, a maven true, and pupil to infamed Marikin. For in each hand thou placed, I see hers. Now ends the sportive joust, and begins the earnest duel.
It's just, like a master, basically. Right, it's an archaic word for master.
Thy witch believed thou couldst outgamble me, as upon a stone in earth redoubted, break my back upon thy will. I, in whose blood the first air pact was penned, who for thy game of souls carved chessmen from the teeth of time.
Phenomenal. I love how salty he is about it. Also, fun, extra fun reference. This is obliquely a reference to the fact that chessmen used to be carved out of ivory. Specifically out of, in Scandinavia, walrus or sperm whale ivory. Right? You made scrimshaw chessmen.
At thy journey's end.
The Lewis chessmen would be kind of the most famous example.
We shall see.
Replica set. That. These guys. These were found in modern Scotland, but were probably carved in Iceland in the 1100s out of walrus ivory. So, there you go. He places a small effigy of you in traveling kit near what appears to be a model house. Unlike Americans, your figure seems to lack any eldritch aura for now. Yet the hand-whittled images seem suddenly so familiar. Anyway, that's a stave church. That may claim it's a house, but that's a stave church. If you don't know, stavkirkar, super duper Norwegian thing. Super duper Norwegian thing. So, right, they first pop up at the end of the 1100s, or the end of the 1000s, I should say. The Ørnes stavkirke is kind of this famous early example. Though, they get more and more elaborate by the mid-1200s. This one is sort of in between on the Ørnes and the Borgund stavkirke. The Ørnes one being very simple, the Borgund one being very elaborate. But yeah, in this case, I don't know whether it's going for stavkirkar as a particularly Catholic thing, or whether going for stavkirkar as a sort of descendant of pagan godhouses. But I feel like it's going for one of those two. Goodbye! North be thy faithful voyage low, twixt that puissant eye and eye, thence shall thy way be loomed. In coldness shalt thou meet him next, and as true adversaries, alas, expect thee no quarter. Soon wilt thou miss the warmth of this first fond embrace. Follow me. Crazy that anyone will look at these and think, let's burn it down.
To
Well,
an apprentice,
let's set the stage.
sin eater, and final friend. In death, I beg of thee.
Also, let's hold this
One
one in mind
last
real quick. We'll
favor.
talk about, there's a lot to talk about in this letter.
That most fateful game I once taught thee is not yet won. All did I wager, and lost more still. Now I fear thine art must exceed mine own. The Svangard family stands at hazard now, and the house doth intend to collect. Prithee, visit my kinsmen in their exile, and shield them from my wretched curse. Thou needst not love them,
Emma Gregory.
but e'en the worst of us deserveth a happier fate than
That's
this.
because it's Minthara from Baldur's Gate 3.
And, oh Maven, to speak me plain, 'tis thou alone whom I entrust to beat the devil. Marikens Vanguard.
It should be Svangord, yes. And I will be saying it as Svangord the entire time. Let me be quite clear on this. I will be saying it's Svangord. Anyway. So, let's talk. A lot of things happened. A lot of things. Oh, that's fun. I love it. Let's make a pact with the demons so that we can invent the Sony Walkman? That's huge. Also explains why Spotify is so predatory. So, Sin Eaters are the shorter, easier ones. Let's talk about them first. Sin eating is a real Protestant tradition, asterisk. And if you're like, wait, what do you mean? There is nothing remotely pagan. Nothing even remotely, slightly, a little bit pagan about sin eating. It is this thing that is obliquely attested in, like, about 24 scattered references in Wales and the Welsh Marches. As quite literally, someone would die, and there would be this traveling person that would get summoned, who would show up, make toast, butter, salt, bless that over the body of the deceased, and then eat it, thereby ritually consuming their sins. Why? It's a practice that seems to die out sometime around like 1870. All of the like 1850 or later references all talk about it as this thing that used to be more than a thing that is. But one theory for a Brave New Charcoal is that it's misremembering the funeral mass. Is that it's misremembering the Catholic funeral mass. And just turning that into a really weird bit of Protestant ritual. Sin cheese bread? Madashrissa. Keep cooking. Like, I mean, we're getting dangerously close to the sin of gluttony. But we're not there yet, so keep coming with these great ideas. It's not even clear that they're an outcast. Like, it's genuinely unclear that whether or not they're supposed to be an outcast from society, or whether it's just that this is a guy this is their job. It's weird. Anyway, game pretty, by the way. Game so pretty. And you can tell we're in Scandinavia because there's literally constant aurora borealis and snow, because those are the things that make Scandinavia Scandinavia. It is known. Oh! Alright. Next up, hey, it's the 17th century, so let's set the stage here in terms of what's going on in the world. And by the world, I mean specifically Europe. And by Europe, I mean specifically Scandinavia. I don't know, it seems to actually, digest the sin and get rid of it. Peculiar. So, the Protestant Reformation happened in the mid-1500s. This was, as the youths would say, tough. Because, you know, the Reformation was not pleasant anywhere, but it was bad in Scandinavia. Right? Specifically, it got bad because the Lutherans get a little bit stab happy about it. And so in Iceland, the last Catholic bishop of Skalholt, Jon Arason, he and his sons just get fully beheaded, and they had a nasty habit of throwing Catholic priests in a drowning pool near Thingvellir. Had a really nasty habit of throwing them in drowning pools. Not great, actually. In mainland Scandinavia, the violence was not less, because it was imposed from the top down, and there was a lot of pushback about that. That did get violently suppressed, but it very quickly gets externalized. And by externalized, I mean, so, also shortly before the events of this game, right, in the 1500s, the Kalmar Union, that had existed for 150 years at that point, shatters. And so Denmark and Norway become one kingdom, for now, and Sweden becomes its own kingdom. And I don't know if you noticed, but neither Denmark nor Sweden are particularly well placed to get in on all of that fancy New World silver exploitation. Because there's no way to get out of Scandinavia without going, for Sweden's case, either going directly through Denmark, or in Denmark's case, going directly through England. That makes things difficult. It doesn't stop them, but it made things difficult. So instead, both of them, super excited to get on this colonialism train, turn their attention northwards. See, Scandinavia, prior to this period, really needs to be divided into the coastal regions and the upper inland regions. Right? The coastal regions are the Norse kingdoms. Right? Norway, Sweden, Denmark. And the upper inland, the great forests from the mountains in Norway all the way across Finland to the Kola Peninsula in Russia, is the Sapmi. It is the homeland of the only recognized European indigenous group, the Sami people. Denmark and Sweden look at that and go, ah, yes. There is iron in them hills, and there is lumber, and there are furs. We need to colonize that in order to survive this early modern world. And so they do a super colonialism between kind of the early 1600s and the middle of the 1800s. Basically, probably a good 97% of Sami religious traditions and the material culture of it get obliterated. the closer to that, right, the 1700s and the 1800s are worse for this than the 1600s, but it's bad all the way down. Coinciding with this, right, is a heavy persecution of Sami shaman, or no idea, as witches. Because they do spirit world communication using ritualized drum performance to enter trance states. And the Lutherans are like, ah, that's witchcraft. Those are demons, that's witchcraft. No. And so, yeah, they are super duper twitchy about witchcraft. And, what's the date on this? Sweden does this. 1675. Their twitchiness about this, though this is against Swedes, not against the Sami, 71 people get executed for witchcraft in a single day in Torsåker parish. It's bad. So Scandinavia has really extensive witch trials. They're not as bad as Scotland, but they're pretty damn close. And a lot of it is focused on Sami or Sami adjacent communities. Hi, Karabachi. Oh, look at him. Before we look at him, let's look at these guys. My kindred. My health. Misery to mine enemies. I see our priorities are straight. So, according to the devs, they base this on a couple of things, which are cool as hell. One, the Bath curse tablets, and the sheer proliferation of focus not on prayers for well-being, but for cursing your enemies at the Roman site in Bath. And secondly, a little bit on magical Lilith bowls. Right, so Judaic incantation bowls. These guys, they're known as toms. They're jesters. Right, a tom is just a generic English name for just a guy, but yeah, specifically they're jesters. Right, it's like a jack. Right, a jack and a tom are both just dudes. Well, another fun... No I don't think there's an identifiable relationship to Tomte. Anyway, fun linguistic note. They preserved the dative case. Right, chat, how many people would actually say misery to mine enemies in modern English? How many would say death to my enemies or misery to my enemies? Right? This is a preservation of the Old English case system that was dying out in the 17th century. And so this would be grammatically correct for 17th century English and would, by the end of the century, would be grammatically incorrect. And that's awesome. Anyway, old Chops, Mr. Chops, what are we mad at? What are we mad at, buddy? Hi, you're growling an awful lot. I'm sorry, I was being distracted. Ah! Work. No! Don't worry, we're good. Hi. Mr. Chops. Maven, forgive me. I think I did not greet thee properly. Well, your favorite Norwegian language fun fact is that although the dative has long since disappeared from Norwegian, there's like one dialect that still has. Okay, there's one Norwegian dialect that has literally any linguistic feature you can name under the sun, though. There's one that's tonal, for no discernible reason. Tonality is not a significant thing in Indo-European languages, except for like one dialect of Norwegian, which is like, hell yeah, we like tones. Oh, pray save thy flattery till by works I earn it. Chops will come or full abashed, and then he loses his tongue again. He seems to lose the conversational trail. Now, I don't remember. It's one of the ones, like, north of Trondheim? It's, like, really up in the mountains. There's, like, one fjord. Thou dost smell of ash, thou know'st then. Mine old mistress is dead, and ever since of faith I had my own self forgot. Yet I am Oh, I am late come prithee, the family awaits us. Or her family await us. Yeah, no, Norwegian is a linguist's nightmare. Because there's, you know, there's two standard versions of Norwegian. And then approximately 400 other versions of Norwegian. Mr. Chops, my beloved. You like this pupper? He's the best. No, wait till his best. Like, he's got so many good lines yet. The dog instinctively guides you throughout the grand old manse, sniffing and chuffing about as if he too were seeing it anew. Signs of isolation and decay have mounted slowly over decades, yet oddly only on the outside. The chambers themselves are remarkably well preserved. Still, the lights seem clustered in too few rooms. This is a dwelling for a great clan, yet the sheer silence belies that utterly. Ahead, a few souls stand in a loose cluster, and behind them the blessed promise of firelight. You suppress the sudden urge to rush past them and collapse upon the hearth. A big man of some 30 years steps forward to greet you. Mr. Chops emits a small, friendly whine at the sight. Hello, Bree! Thank you for the 4 months of Tier 1. Welcome on in. Bree, we've got potential, like, proto... We've got potential, like, low German, scribe hands on our contracts coming up. We'll see it at the rituals. Oh, there's good scribe hands in this game. There's good scribe hands in this game. Also, this squad. Hello. The man takes in your mask, your strange house. A guest. Her faith, her guest, aye? Such as was her will instructed me to expect thee, and not thy name. Just Maven, then? Of our great house these few are nigh all who doth remain. Pious Fangords, pray be remembered of how to greet a guest. This is my... Rasmina, to hear father tell it, thou art for our family far come indeed. 'Tis past the common to chance upon another soul in exile, and to willful choose, why 'tis rarity redoubled. And lo, the animals favour thee already, 'tis ever a good omen. Welcome. They look your vestments over as well, yet more as if they'd peer beneath. An Inuk woman steps forward and curtsies very briefly after a look at the large fellow for confirmation. It is impossible not to notice the cross around her neck. Her covered hair. In Denmark or in Germany or Denmark, she would draw eyes, but not for her clothes. You are far from both nations. This is her people's land. What prompted such effort? So she's Inuit. And while we are not angry, well, right, it's left ambiguous. We are somewhere between Svalbard and Greenland. a colonized Arctic island magistressa, which really sets the bar at right? Technically, it cannot be Greenland yet if we're sticking really strictly to historical accuracy, because the second colonization, the second Scandinavian colonization of Greenland begins in 1721 by a, guess who, Lutheran priest named Hans Egede, who persuades Denmark to fund his colonization on the grounds that clearly the Viking settlers that had been there were Christian, but we worry that they have lost the way, and we need to save the Greenlanders' souls. And by save the souls, I mean oppress them horribly for 300 years. You know how it is. Exactly. They probably... One hopes that our ancestors turned into Christianity, but I fear they've gone apostate. We need to correct that. And by correct that, I mean do infinite colonization and atrocities against the Greenlandic people. Oops. Remember, the Kingdom of Denmark fucking loves the chance to do colonialism. And so they sign off on this in a heartbeat. My bride, Nika. Not also silent, I assure thee. A hasty half-laugh. They both look back to the old gentleman. Absurdly in the uneasy silence, the dog does too. The man rests his red-limbed eyes on a specific bit of nothing, and abruptly seems to recall that he too has a name. And Volum Svangordemai, my grandmother Marken, lieth below the house in the grotto. When the long morning night doth lapse, Marken Svangord shall see buried be, e'en as one of the old Danes. Her request, yet ere that hour thou wilt see to her soul, aye? No, but peace, I overstep. Proceed as seest fit. Welcome to Volkanat. All retreat to the den, likely unsure what to expect of you. This guy's grandmother just died. She may have used magic to extend her own lifespan. Old Danes, if only it was old dames, am I right? It can be both. Chris, how you doing, my friend? Hey, y'all, if you like people talking Vikings in games, you all should follow Runemeister Chris. He's very cool. And by the way, Chris, you gotta play this game. This game's so good. Characters with bloop have something to say. When you're ready to advance the game, go to the exclamation point. We're talking to everybody, by the way, obviously. You didn't think we were not going to do this. Oh, I incited Kikizumi's incredible. We have my Mai has gathered here in common sight since the That's... Oh, gotcha, that's evocative. Thank you for the hydrate. Maven, we have by my hest gathered here in common sight since the event. My grandmother left no will, but instead a queer informal letter. It spake of our vigil duty and the quaint burial practice to which we must needs cleave. Mind thee, her ways were not all ours. I myself tried to govern all else here as like unto a little Denmark. He frowns at the awkward disavowal. Some fear of inquisition, even here? Nearby the Inuk woman shifts a little. He tries so hard. Now chat. I have a hot take. This man was not banished due to any link... right, this is just a cold read. This is a cold read, I have no idea if it's true. But I suspect that Volum has, and the rest of the Svangords have been banished not because they were witches, or because the matriarch of the house was a witch, but because they were Catholic. A maven is many forms of doctor. Volum seems to know this and feel obliged to share any observation relevant to the family health, be it physical or spiritual. He waits, his teeth visibly set. Classic. Scrambling because you're in the field? That's very funny. Don't you hate when you set goals to the team and then they meet those goals? Absolutely tragic for you, but hey, you got 2 unanticipated sights out of this. So, frankly, if you're just out the cost of unenthusiastic pizza, that's a huge win. Blake American's entire family was exiled with her then. As your mask reveals only your eyes, he searches them, wondering what? How much you know? Whom you serve? His fingers curl, then deliberately relax. Indeed, my late grandfather apparently best bethought him to suffer our fate as a family, and demonstrate Mardikan's innocence thereby. In hope of... Well, thou'rt only just arrived, I'll not burden thee with an old daughter's dream. Dang it, we've already lost. Because Mardikan, we know, was exiled for defending witches too vigorously. And so we have lost. But instead they said, hey, we will voluntarily go into exile with Mardikan, because we do not believe that she is actually a witch. Foolish grandfather. Oh, I Maven, since the morning of Mardikan's passing, grandson Maltha, mine, in these few rooms, have likely felt him unduly cooped. Mind a race puzzling o'er the brute facts of earthly perishment. To say, the lad came over somewhat insomniac. Mere moments ago he fell asleep upstairs. Thou mayst pass it on the way to thy guest room. Softly, Maven, prithee, grant him oblivion's brief grace. No speak, hello. Ah. The offer is expected, you just replying on reaching the point of the wiki going, dang, good work, better luck next time. They got you good, bud. No speak, friend, how you doing? I see, now I should store the articles in my trade somewhere. All of a certain, that guest room is the second floor on the left up the stair. 'Tis humble, for we are no longer supplied to warm the entire house. But one hearth must now sustain all Svangard's solace. Aloft thy chambers doth catch some of that rising grace on its way home. He pauses on that last, briefly. The tension then drains from his shoulders. His belly even rumbles audibly, but to your ear the sound is slightly foreign. Oh, we're gonna spend some quality time looking at the art on these walls. Oh boy. Hello, Rasmina. Nothing awry with me, Maven. Or they laugh, it has a wry, modestly rueful ring to it. If nothing I would see cured. They seem at first to be watching you, but after a few moments of semi-comfortable silence, you see they gaze dart towards the upstairs as a soft gasp is heard in some chamber above. Right. So you should play this game too. What is it even? So, if you've not heard about this game, this is the Killing Stone, which was developed by, came out in early access on Wednesday, developed by Question Games. Nullspeak is I believe part of the team. Basically, it is the 17th century. You are a sorcerer. Your mentor has died. You are now playing card games with the devil for her soul. And the souls of her family. So we are being introduced to right now. By the way, she says nothing she would see changed, and my mind immediately goes, lesbians, question mark? I hope. Don't spoil it for me, but I shall live in eternal hope. The woman gestures to herself, not quite touching her chest. Nika, no need and nothing. A perfunctory sign, or perfunctory smile. Hands out, open, then half closed. Do not worry. Okay, if you say so. Soft, soft, no further pomp of plague thee, maven. No hand at introduction's eye. Years in exile now, the servants dead or fled. Yet, when a true stranger asks my name, still agape stand I, waiting to be announced by the sounding horns of some phantom tribune. He seems to immediately regret the candor, and then clears his throat as a segue to nothing at all. You have more dialogue. This woman, evidently named Nika, bows her head slightly but does not break eye contact, indicating you may move on with no further graces. Uncannily like Volum. Herself. Good evening. Again, nothing. What? To whom? Nothing hast thou done, stranger, to offend nothing, to endear less. She smiles more candidly as if to reassure. You see now it ends conversations for her. It must. Of even nothing we have said too much, Remember my guys from the whaler, they're across the... Ooh. Ooh. Yes, indeed. Presumably, right, few options for who they're hunting, for who they're whaling in this period. Sperm whale, walrus, or narwhal would be kind of the top three. They're not quite going for the big, right? Your big bowheads, your blue whales, your fin whales yet. Her eyes bisect you in a curt flick, dismissive, but you sense not of your right to speak per se. Then art thou twice a stranger, stranger? If ere me thou didst another Inuk meet, for it e'en less than nothing now dost thou know of Nika. My husband doth tell me thy occupation is thy name, so thou must be called Goeth about strange houses bemasked, and thou hast business with the dead. God rest her. For me, I am alive, my name's but itself, and have no face save this to reveal thee. What's left for the sharing? Please, with his word wert thou not welcome it? Masked as thou art, like unto a spirit, his faith doth seem in the sight of an enrobed stranger something swelled. Haunt our home as thou must, and should thou chance upon thy ghostly fellows, pray most deeply inward breathest. When thou goest, if my volum does exhale at last, content shall Nika be. She smiles, for her in active power. She looks at old Volum with what seems genuine warmth, but briefly. Her jaw sets firmly. She is done. It's so good! Benoy. Okay, I know this. Is this the Saint Jerome? Memento Mori? No. Yep, there's Jacob wrestling the angel. Oh, it's not this one, but it's very similar. Heck. I've seen this one. I know I've seen this one. Right? Because there's the Saint Jerome, and if you just cut off that, it would be really, really close. But yes, Jacob wrestling the angel. None of the famous one, or not the ones that show up conveniently on Wikipedia, which is, or on Google searches, which is half my problem, for that. No, this is a real piece. I know, I've seen this actual painting IRL. Literally, I have seen this painting IRL, and it's just stylization. The team is very, very, oh... You're about to be lurking while you drive, so you must let you speculate unspoiled. Oh, phenomenal. Complimentary. So enjoy the lurks. Safe drive. That one's Saint Jerome, isn't it? Anyway, these are both in a genre these are both in a genre known as Memento Mori, right, which are remembrances of death. So it's a very common thing in 17th and 18th century art, where you, and earlier periods, but where you hide a skull somewhere on your painting as a way of saying, yeah, you're about to die. And like, yeah, good luck. Good luck. Just, I mean, there's hundreds of these paintings. Just so many of them. So many of them. Some of them are really freaking cool. I've seen originals of those prints too. There's a pair that's a man and a woman with skulls, and it's very good. There's so many of them. They're all over the place. We love reminders of death all the time, all the places. And sometimes, yeah, they get really, really fancy with them. So they just kind of pop out at exactly the right viewing. And it's just like, good luck, guys. Got him. There's a contemporary artist in the Met that does this too? Yeah. Again, I swear I've seen this one. That's gonna bug me. If I don't find the exact one, I'm gonna get mad about it. You know, let me do it this way. Oops, I am so sorry, everyone. Let's see. Oh, come on, give me. I just took the screenshot. Please actually show it. Give it to me. No? It's gonna be annoying about it. Fine. Why does it hide where all of my things are when I need them? You know? Okay, it still's broken. I thought I had fixed it. No. But thank you for the lurks, Brave New Turtle. I'm annoyed that Nightbot is not working correctly. The cat's eyes meet yours. As with the other animals here, you seem to conjure thoughts in keeping with each punctuating mew. Behold the reserve, as if from the very sky, but soft by whose war horn art thou hither called? An eye on both banners shall black ilk overcast, and place her bets. Yet now she pointedly does not watch you walk away. Okay, but I'm not walking away, I'm just petting you. Oh. Oh. Also, well, it is not. It's not JMW Turner. It does have echoes of JMW Turner's slave ship. Oh, they were very insistent on this, on the good pets. That was a cacophonous meow. I've become inured to cacophonous meows. Because unfortunately, all Winter screams all the time. He's literally constantly screaming. Well, that bodes poorly. Boop. The boy has a farmer's color, but you see more than a mere trace of this land's native Inuit. Is his lineage passed down from Volin and Nika? Surely they are too old to have been his parents. Who is missing? Regardless, this family has indeed been long away from Europe, by now known, perhaps, to scandal. Here, unobserved, again the dog speaks. "'Twere shame to leave a sleeper on watch with poor mistress dead below. Wilt thou cease to her vigil, maven? Till thou needst me as bondsman, I'll see me to his. Why, with her soul in such a stake, any stinkerous old spirit might be jostled free and fly up my boy's sweet nose. A lick for luck I'll give to you now." Mr. Chops hesitates as you step back. His warm, guileless eyes meet yours. "I'll miss you." Oh, I love you. I'll miss you too. Weary, you survey the small guest room. No doubt when this house offered shelter to Americans' full XL house, family, servant, and myriad bondsmen would be quartered here. It smells of old pipe smoke, and beneath that some residual deep soiled thing. An atavistic ferment long come to dust, beneath a scent of fur. Astragalus blossom crushed in the mortar. The milk fetch. Not pleasant, but you cannot help it. It smells of home. And what is this? Those room's dimensions defined just so. You remember, the print shop where she took you in. You wandered in, then mute and penniless, soaked already in ink of every hue. An aspiring printer's devil who already looked the part. What came before that? No earlier era comes to your conjuring. This room is exactly like that which you stayed in on the floor above Mardikin's press. Not a carpet wrinkle is out of place. An unlikely symmetry. Surely your weary mind is at fault. Adore it. Printers' devils are real things. They are, young, generally indentured or minimally paid laborers who would be doing a lot of the mixing and applying of inks onto the press. And so, yeah. Absolutely soaked. Also, the style. Phenomenal. There's so many nuances that evolve over like 15th to early 18th century woodblock printing on the premises. The lantern and eye stay on your person after another drop of blood to feed both. The concept of sleep brushes the backs of your eyes, gentle, insinuating, but it must wait. So much yet to discover. Well, oh hey, you can tell that we're in Denmark because the wallpaper is... Well, actually, those are more Swedish than Danish lions. Hey, hang on a minute. Why do y'all have lions rampant? You're Danish. Come on, y'all have 3 lions looking out towards the viewer. The rearing lions, those filthy Swedes. How dare you do this to me? The white bird, Valravn, is here? Did you not earlier descend to another floor ahead of you? His beak opens. Marroquin's voice emits. Quite unlike whatever means allow him to convey thought to you. Truly, this trick puts a common parrot full of shame.
Chops. A hardy mongrel, descended both from the hounds we exiles brought onto this land, and the wolf-eyed sledding breeds of the native Inuit. When they sold him to us, he appeared well-trained, yet something in the poor brute ran mad. He could not abide the house. Betimes bloodied himself in clever, vicious escape attempts. I would fain not have pricked Chops to house a familiar spirit. Yet he seemed soon to perish, and baby Malta quieted when he was near. One Eye's usual procedure, which doth divide the thinking element from nature's baseness, was more drastic here. So roundly devoted to us is the creature now, that when fed, he doth seem to wait upon permission to chew.
Oh. So, again, lots of little details, lots of little hints here on the conception of the soul and its relationship. Very of its time. Right, we have echoes of Neoplatonist thought here, but it's not, like, totally Neoplatonist. There's a little bit more of this early modern humanist kind of alternative approach showing up here. It's, I mean, you see the same sort of comparisons in Shakespeare all the time. Right. Very much kind of operating in the same metaphysical milieu as Shakespeare. Which is good, because that's clearly one of the reference points for this game. Though we might also look at, you know, was it Marlowe? Webster? All of the above? The White Devil is Webster, I believe. So, lots of good options here for comparison. Right? Also, yeah, Chops was forcibly familiar, and when I did shenanigans to him. Oh, God, that screen is so freaking good. Can I have this in my house, please, and thank you? Not for any particular cause, I just want it. They watch you descend the stairs, seemingly relieved at what is not immediately clear. Pray, shares the fire, Doctor. Thou art come to shrive great-grandmother's soul somehow? Truly? They pause, eyes betray a trace of mirth. Hath she any left? Ben Johnson's The Alchemist? Yeah. She seemed to know. An eyebrow, they look you over again, slowly, circling you just once. Twice, great-granddam. She knew? Strange. Thy frame doth seem unbowed by age. How well didst thou know her? I apprenticed in her print shop. Amongst else, she taught me this, your Danish tongue. The eyes close. You sense a body rejoinder barely suppressed. How well thou likest it! Yet a personal request. Wert thou her advocate mainland side? Nay, she sent for thee only when end were nigh. Aye, well then thou knowst how she could be, no? One might ask how dost thou take thy tea and be hide house with a doctrinal crisis. Conversant American perplexed all, as belike unto half-shod burdened beasts. Stand firm and constant be outflanked be by phantasmic hypotheses. Ponder thy variables yet, and find thyself compelled to act as would she, dubbing thy choice obvious. The brief shelter of reminiscence. Now the gravity of the occasion returns to their face. They sigh. Had she some malady to write thee in advance, which all fatal circumstance would redundant prove? I wonder me if the impossible old creature felt herself as if constantly stood on ice, and failed to notice the authentic element. I mean to say, father hath no belly for blood, maiden, but thou shouldst be told. Of a fateful night, high in the house, fell Marican from her balcony, struck her head on some ridge of upstart earth outside, and, well, so endeth a legend. He found her next morn. The old girl was with age slowed, but methought her steadier. Well to say, frozen was she then, and hath by now in the grotto somewhat thawed. A touch, too, near the fire, eyes half-lidded, that as Mina watches you, askance, radiating quite a light at the presence of any stranger. I can't help but notice Rasmini is being referred to exclusively with a singular they. I may observe your hair is uncovered. American wore an iron laurel here? Nika, whosoever she might have been as she met my father, beggars mine imagination. An outcast among natives, perchance, which mine would make her unto me deep endeared. Now for him, Nika would a goodly pious Danish wife become. This doth place twixt us a strange gulf, which envies not the unbounded ocean. Marry, in this house it placeth me on the foreign shore. Rasmina exhales softly into their goblet, the shining inner surface of which clouds over, obscuring what little parody of themself shone across it. Into that brief fog they stare, considering, a half shrug. Looking up, they indicate your vestments. Anyway, not all of us may go about thus enshrouded. Do I strike thee wanton? In here. of nowhere, due north. Art thou still scandalized by the immodesty of an exile? Just curiosity alone, the true vanity seems to me the belief what heaven or hell wishes to govern the state of our hair. Thou sounds like her. Is American not said to have stolen her education manly guised? What's such a small sin against all the souls that such a one might thereafter save? A tight smile at the use of our hair. They'll look around Willem, then back to you with a wink. Then, one might say that against our will, our swan gourds are in much theology first. Yet it matters, spiritish, we poor excommunicates are abled not. They gesture with their goblet hand in a wide arc indicating the manner of the family's Arctic exile. They spill not a drop. In sooth, twice again would pass on American, and even this admit. She needed help. Fine. Okay, there was another dialogue in here. Sorry, if you think we're not this is not my home. Among the Inuit who guided me here were women with unbound hair. My business is the soul. They scoff and gently poke your collarbone. Such a diplomat. Art thou certain she trained thee, Maven? I know that American felt all 7 of thy liberal arts left the vaunted soul but sketch-like. One might say that Inga, Worried about the boy upstairs. A faintly bashful look to which their face seems unaccustomed. My late sister's boy, Gita. Well, little found I in Gita that would engender fondness, yet betimes in Malta that glimmer of a sportive spirit doth seem to shine. A little feverish he, after the insomnia. Since I just go in, yet cried no alarm. Yet I thought it may happen on recovery's road. Tell me. Asleep, did Malta? Soft cipher at the FB in Coptic? Sworn would I be that I heard. Well, methought him not so fitful restless to play the autodidact, but 'tis not the strangest humor that runneth in our blood. Hello? Does the Maven have a stated gender? Not yet. Oh, phenomenal. What do you mean? Coptic, out of Egypt? It did not. Did you happen to overhear what he said? Sometime since my studies, I fear me, it has struck me as a cargo manifest. Prices. For not men, but men that once were. Prithee pardon, for cert I have somewhere misfigured. Mommy price list, mommy price list, mommy price list. Bree? I'm sorry, the game noticed you were in chat, and turned the shotgun of history upon you, and said, get ready, here I come. Don't worry about it. I assume he studied in the Africas. Nay, not Malta not, and one day he shall seek out the world's 5th corner, and leave his mark in fresh new colours. Yet 'tis strange, no? One would assume a child will be drawn to the glyphics, not the Greek. And here methought it were father who hath our tarried waiting on, the kind words of some estranged authority. Godspeed, Maven. They lazily cast their eyes upward. If faith Odin turns more friendly than was American, and Gramercy, twice again will pass on American area in this. The old serpent needed help. Thine. This is excellent. Let's go. They should say a ship's manifest in Coptic for mummies. A ship's manifest about mummies in Coptic. And yes, mumia was extracted in this period. They are aware of mummies, though the sort of industrialization in the extraction of archaeological remnants has not yet begun. Mostly used for paint more than eating. There's the scribe hand. Look at this scribe hand, Bria. Bria. We've been... Yep. Yeah, give it. Somewhat sloppy on some of the letter forms. Hello, AC. We've been getting God. That's not Kiki, that's just Bria. Yeah. Athanasius Kircher made his first pass at translating hieroglyphics earlier this century. Oh yeah, no, this is a genuinely foul hand, and I adore it. I think Low German. AC, you are not the only one who thought this. But given that the other options for the name included like Fanghetla, yeah, maybe this is a better name, because good luck knowing how to spell Fanghetla. That's not notaria, that's notaris. This E. That's clearly an S. That's clearly a G. That's clearly an I. That's an R, but there's a triple ligature rolling into that R. And I have no idea what that's a triple ligature for. Also, I'm not persuaded it's in, like, a language. You know? You should... Where are you seeing thetas? I'm not seeing any thetas. Unless there's a weird cursive theta in there. Yeah, it can't be like Schwerig. Weird cursive ones. I hate that from you. I hate weird cursive letters, just on principle. Man, I want to crouch down to look at this more. But this doesn't otherwise look like Greek. That's the thing, this doesn't look like Greek. There's individual words that look like they're Latin. But, that might be supposed to be an Ev. Like a Middle Danish Ev. That should be this. Scribes didn't use Ev in this period. It's kind of fell out of use. And so, is it paleography time? It is. If you can call this paleography, I feel like this is paleographic inspired insanity. Which, frankly, may be the same thing as just paleography. But back, this might be one of the worst. Like, I've seen some bad scribe hands. I did Scandinavian manuscripts, but, this is... right? I mean, 18th century Icelandic diaries, or district reports, awful. Everything's loops. It's exclusively loops. 18th century, like, Syslumen reports to Denmark, like, that's just a loop and a loop and a loop and a loop and a loop, and somehow it turns into Icelandic at the end. This is worse than that. This makes, like, 15th century charter hand look good. Is that, say, pyramids? Just, I can't move, hang on. Right there. P-I-R-A-M-I-D-S. Like, that's clearly word final S. Oth must be other. That's relict. R-E. That's probably an L. I see garbage. Relictis? That doesn't make sense. Look, y'all might be better at paleography than I am. If you're like beautiful letter forms, there are some gorgeous ones. There's also a lot of illegible ones to me. Oh yeah, by the way, also. They're gonna put American out to sea. The full-on mythic Viking funeral. Which you can sometimes also use in French, but you can't help here. Yeah. Yeah, when there's devs around again, I shall ask. Seest thou the contract? The soul of infamous Marrakin and Bloodpact is cried, and by it forsworn and damned to hell is she. By war of wills we must win her back. We'll seize her soul and try our hand at tug-of-war till all hell's black foemen lose their grip. Mark the time, 2:08 absconding hours have we to sever the pact of Marrakin. Nay, now but that self-same and 7. Yet, who turned the hourglass? While Reverend ruffles his feathers in brief confusion. Yet wherefore absent, the smirking fiends delay her aught? Should they not by now have been hither dispatched to take up her pall, and under that loveless pit bear her hence? Maven, our newest associate, Mr. Charles, must needs act as line official familiar for a spell while I o'erloop these documents. Balrovin emits a strange, distinctly non-avian whistle. The sound causes your bones to seem suddenly very present, discreet, and separate. The feeling fades. When it does, the dog has already reached the grotto, whining a little. Do please bond with him, Maven. After thou understands the magic, thou wilt have the choice of all our services. Long have I prided me a bird not our reputation trained, but to utter truth unfailing. They'd say Valrovin does speak what is yea, and of what ought not. Yet tonight, strain ye nigh to accept the testimony of mine eyes. Behold, the remains of Marrakin, immortal. Where's the idea of drifting the body out in a boat and may or mayn't remotely set it on fire? Mythology, right? Obviously, identifying archaeological burials of this flavor is extremely difficult on the grounds of it got pushed out to the famously not easy to excavate North Sea, and then lit on fire. Two things which are very good at making something very difficult to restore or to recover. But our primary attestation for this shove the boat into the water and then burn it is Baldur's funeral in the Prose Edda. I know my period English. I know my period English. I would never do that to you. But yeah, stone boats, right? Ship burials, extremely old. Stone place settings in the shape of a ship, even older. Shoving the boat into the ocean and burning it as the funeral? Oh. Are written attestations in a non-mythological context are non-existent? And our archaeological evidence is kind of, by definition, by virtue of the method, extremely difficult to recover. You know? get the bubble. And boop. Sure, but like throwing people in ships all is attested left, right, and center. So you might look at Ibn Fadlan's description of the funeral among the Rus, wherein the deceased is laid out on a ship prior to the artificial threshold, or the symbolic threshold, the lifting over the threshold, and then the execution. You know? You might also look at the Oseberg or the Gokstad ships as examples of extremely, extremely, extremely high status burials where the ship was embedded within a tumulus. Right? And we keep finding more of those all over the damn place. There are so many of those. You might look at, say, the burial site at Kunglia Jelling in Denmark, which is a massive, like, football field length, stone ship-shaped setting. All as examples of this exact sort of thing. But yeah. What is this Friday stream? I announced it! But we are playing the Killing Stone, and it is very good. Maven, sorry, is like old Chops. Oh, fool, Chops. Wanted to watch our young master Malta, and my duty player forgot me. As the familiar who led thee into the home, I owe thee the first bond. The worst stare dog am I, or I know the art of how to sit at once in places twained. One night thy elder lord will be mine. My bond should ease thy burden in rituals to come. When thou dost Mr. Chops dismiss, goeth he back to his young master. Now thou shouldst pay thy respects to mistress, for it is her soul we soon will see too. Bonding with a familiar grants a unique boon during the ritual. Mr. Chops fetches new cards when you discard. Later you'll find others with different singular powers. Sudden Who, another great example, even before the Viking Age, where we have big giant ship settings. Absolutely. AC, not only can you pet the dog, scritchy, 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 and boop. "11 out of 10. No, he loves the boobs.
Oh,
He dislikes you walking away from him and stopping pets.
no obeisance before this empty ruin. What couldst thou
By the
still
way, this
hold?
was a press F to pay respects.
Enough that thou
We did in fact press F to pay respects. And she immediately comes at us and says, "Oh, VFig, hello, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid. Hello everyone. So, to everyone who just stopped by, my name is Adam. I'm a museum curator as my day job, but I have a master's degree in medieval Scandinavian studies, which means that this game is laser targeted at me. So over here we do all sorts of historical games, of all sorts of flavors, in order to take a look at how games do our stuff. We also love our good indie games. So tell me, what were you playing? What were you up to?
Yet mayhap not all of thee. I judge thee not.
You were
In
just
this
playing this
matter,
too.
You
Amazing.
And I are a matched set.
Amazing. How far did you get? By the way, I'll give you a warning. I'm bad at deck builders. So as we get into the actual gameplay, don't expect too much here. But we are getting distracted infinitely talking about the setting. For a ruin you emit a resounding echo. I'll talk to myself a little further.
Ancient Marigen could answer, what wouldst thou ask?
Incredible. Oh, you are all here for talking about the setting. Excellent, you're in the right spot. Do you remember how you died? Or might I be forming a theory?
Age and well salted is that wood. Thanks. Ask thou
She is
of
so
myself,
salty.
why die now? I seemed near the end when as a youth thou sawest me. Did hell extend my loan, then let it lapse, ist soon come to collect.
Your familiars
And
yet
unless
speak?
thou art mad, thou didst meet the devil.
Ugh.
By whatsoe'er name was he by me hither conjured.
Yet, if a madman or a madwoman were to ever to meet the devil, no one would believe them, right? No, she's so. I need to pull up the 17th century Danish portrait of. There's a specific one I'm thinking of. We'll see if I can't find it. Those are all English. Like, there's a specific flavor of this awful rough. This is from marginally later, but is absolutely relevant. Fun history fact, they were held together with starch and pins. That makes sense. I mean, I don't know how else you would hold that together. It does sound absolutely deeply unpleasant to wear, but you know. You all deliciously studious because it has to infinitely scroll. This contract is meant to be unreadable nonsense, like the visual equivalent of Salvatore from The Near the Rose, but we underestimated you. I mean, look, Beck's a medievalist. Brito's paleography. I'm a medievalist. Y'all, like, it was a lost cause before we even begin. Like, you directed the game at the precise target audience that would do exactly this, and expect us to not try and immediately decipher it. Which, by the way, Bree, earlier you mentioned that there are potentially 2 scribal hands, which makes a lot of sense if it is a back and forth between Maruken and the devil.
I'd wager all again that these years gone, thou wert sore missed by Mariken. Of nights, 'tis likely I wept. And thou didst miss it.
Aww.
Shall we continue?
I'd love to continue. There was other options in there.
Thou art a lawyer at last, art not? Did thy college of over-educated inaction not teach thee of our elemental firsts? Seekst the documentation, and check the fine print.
Hey, fools? No. No. I could not be happier. By the way, no, I couldn't place where the Memento Mori, right? I swear I've seen the Memento Mori portraits upstairs, like as a detail on a bigger thing, and I cannot place for the life of me which one it was. It's driving me nuts.
Shall we continue?
How is it I seem to hear you now?
In life, I was made answerable for many crimes. Of a few was I guilty. Yet in the alleged matter of thy mind's infirmity, I was at best a mere accomplice.
Tough. How dare you do this to us?
Is not this the voice of a dead woman?
You squint at her. How does one respond to that without making the alleged problem worse?
Shall we continue? Oh, kind. Yet I fear that sweet sleep hath from us southern flown. Instead, do remainst vigilant, young maven. Goodbye.
Seest thou, Americans have the contract immaculate, here described as the soul of a newborn infant nun? How did she... I've a sudden fear on me, all unnamed. A great rumble sounds. Here in the grotto, mingled grains of ice and old wood are kicked up in geometric whirls. The noise issued not from the bowels of the house, but upstairs? Voices rise in a distant choir of panic. Avaunt! Up! Out! Fly, Maven! Okay, but... Oh, stop it. Relax. You're fine. Oh, I see exactly what you mean. Oh, yeah. Absolutely, there's some lines here that are definitely in that more gothic hand. Like, there, across here, and then it jumps down here, and we're all over the place with those stupid loops that are so 17th century, and I hate them with a passion. Oh, yeah, no. I totally see it. Rijksmuseum... Yes, no, that's enough. Yes. By the way, y'all, I need y'all to understand, Rijksmuseum is like my favorite museum on the frickin' planet. In terms of their ability to like manipulate their collection search. Like, it's so freaking good. Come on. No, that's visit. I don't need visit. I need collection. Blah, 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 blah. There's gonna be... What do you mean, end of results? Strictly untrue. Strictly untrue. There are so many, and if your description doesn't talk about them... Fine. I'm gonna have to do all sorts of things. Century. The 1600s, 1700. Object type. Painting. Subject. Well, we're getting all over the place now. Sure. Only with image. This is... Oh, boy. Not Rembrandt. The Rembrandt does have some relevant options here. Still. That'll be enough to at least get us in the style, you know? This is... This... If it's not one of these, it's awfully damn close, in one of the things upstairs. Well, let's get upstairs and then we can look at them again. Hang on. Let's get back upstairs and then we can do this again. Yes, Null is one of the devs, at Question Games. And it's absolutely delightful. I cannot twice abandon thee, Maven, but above and yon is something deep awry. High and go chops is thy shadow. Fine. Run upstairs, obviously, to check the paintings. Correct. But then, Maven, highly thy wit will be thy aegis. Oh, relax. I'm gonna look at the paintings. It was up, the one up here. Is not the exact same as this one, but is really freaking close. Semper Augustus tulips? Oh no, it's this one. Here we go, the floral still life. 100% this painting. 1639. Right, lighting's dark, but it's 100% this painting. Yep, we pulled from writings we could find that fit the period, at least one contract, and tried not too hard to disguise it. Incredible. Cliff, no! No, this is my jam! Nobody... The level of absolutely giga nerd that you have to be in order to get that far is already, like, you know, that's disguised it for 95% of people. And for the 5% who get it, we are also the exact kind of nerd that will stare at this, and when it clicks and we're like, hell yeah, then we feel really good about ourselves. This is peak enrichment. No, this is really... Oh, and there's the ship on the high seas. There's the ship painting downstairs. Let me run over there real quick. Skull search will catch it. Phenomenal. Skull in the open book is the van... Thank God. Jens, you saved me. Absolutely saved me. But you understand why I just absolutely adore adore how the Rijksmuseum does their collection search, right? Look at how good we're able to get. Look at how many good pieces of art we're able to get, and it's just presented right there in the things. Right there, deep in Vanitas, Still Life. Of course, it's under Vanitas. Duh, it's not under Memento Mori, it's under Duh. That was stupid of me. I knew better than that. Vanitas. If I could type, that would help too. There it is. Vanitas Still Life is the one. It's not this one, the one that's been bugging me, but it is this one with the seal on it. And there's the other one immediately below it. 1-2 by Peter Simon Spotter and by B. Shaw. As I said, I was like, I know I've seen both of these before. But yeah, right? They're vanity. Right? The painting, also the dog's a historical painting. I know I've seen that one too. Oh, we're all so happy right now. Thank you. Rijksmuseum, my beloved, wins again. Anyway, Nika. Was this the door there? She gestures at the new stairwell, perhaps redundantly, but her disbelief seems plain. Follow Rasmina and I outside. We tarried but for a moment. Where is Malta? Did thou see? She starts again, trying to help you orient in the timeline of her fragmentary anecdote. Head of a dog attributed to Nicolas Toussaint Chalet, 1820 to 1845. Thank you. Y'all are saving me. My Volum Rasmina, in and down they went just now. We heard cries. Prithee. Nika seems to grope for words, genuinely alarmed, gesturing again towards the revealed stairway. Alright, let's go. Alright, Volum, how you doing, bud? The fretful patriarch cranes torso first appeared into the passage like a child who did not violate the domain of adults. Past him ahead in the room without precedent. The boy Malta lies on some altar, asleep. Occult implements around him, unwholesome sounds issue from the high-vaulted, narrow room. Old Volum stands by in terse reserves. His fingers contemplate the scabbard of a small dagger. At your approach, withdrawn. Now, this Here on God do I vow, Maven. Manakin said not unless of a damned hidden room. Shortly, young Malta has slipped past us while yet asleep to opt? We leapt to, but then on sight of yon cursed pageantry. Wise Rasmina said, till come the Maven, hold thy peace. We will stand thy second as thou dost inspect the scene. Pray do cry out, if. He closes his mouth woodenly, conjuring no plausible contingency here. Rasmina, non-binary hero, what are we doing? Rasmina stares into the strange chamber ahead. They notice you, ask, but continue to observe. How quickly must Mal have moved to here again sleeping seem, and now in nothing seem to swim, as if upon some unseen ocean slumber tossed. Who to the fore, O magus, the hour is mine. Alright, Magistressa, thank you so much for hanging out. I was worried about the boy. Be more worried about the boy. Like, we're insufficiently worried about the boy, but, I mean, I'm being distracted by the... okay, I'm going to be... Look, you'll be fine. Shush, let me look around. You'll be fine. 4 altars with 4 scrolls. That's not good. That seems not good. The wooden figurines of them is bad, actually. A scroll or a figure half carved. Other figures full carved, a thrall and our other weird guys that we've been playing with. An alchemical table for the distillation and timing of concoctions most present. Solomonic Central. You're surprised at how little deck building there's been this. Don't worry, we've just been slow. Oh, there's plenty of deck building yet to build. I'm afraid I've just been procrastinating because I'm bad and scared. Hello. She made various deals about her entire family, it seems. Second best witch aren't here. Good. I smell metal, of a shining ilk of faith, a coveting kind, and oils of anointment commingled with, oh, an altogether less holy admixture. Mr. Chops Glass, as if hard and briefly, but a low rising growl climbs from his throat as he surveys the scene. Alright. No mere fever, this Brayley's past and all inherit his possessions overture. And here a contract on the lad's soul. But Robin hops away from the child, takes in the rest of the ascending contract on a monstrous spindle waiting. But one stray leaf, I fear, from a family tree. Alright, dreaming of infinity, thank you for the lurking. Sidelong, the bird now surveys a legal stamp, its strange grip sculpted into a human likeness. Maltha styled the same as was the effigy of Marican in the care of the fiend One-Eye. Mistress, spake not of this, to her own familiars alack. Come at thine elbow, lay by all innocence, moves mouth to yon chair, and preparest thou the ritual components. The work begins. Is it the same 2 hands? It is definitely 2 hands. Right? 1, 2. Distinctly 2 hands. But it certainly does just kind of continue and continue and continue. The boy whimpers in his throat. Before the phlegm, it is almost melodic. He has sweated through his shirts to stain the table beneath. His eyes snap briefly to you. Lo, that is not your face, though I note from somewhere. The lad's gaze loses you, slipping sidelong to dart softly between coordinates unknown. I am asleep. He doth tell me so direct. Ceased, I'm still, for I dare not wake me. I meant no mischief, me did only as man did. Telleth thee, will he affair? His words strangle, his back arches too far, mechanically. No pain registers on his small face, which is somehow worse. Once, twice, then slack. Alright, okay, let's not... You shoulder Maltha into the chair next to you where a client sits. You branch the ritual herbs under his mouth and nose, then show him the needle that will take a sample of his blood for the ritual. Troublingly, he volunteers his finger automatically, as if rehearsed. Hello! Ah, Vergild! As one as agent dost thou claim him, well produce thy receipt. The double V is a nice little Eggers reference. Shoutouts to the Vivitch. Shoutouts to the Vivitch. But Wergild, right? The payment for the literally man payment, compensation paid as in response for an injury or killing in Old Norse feuding culture. The great gold leaf contrivance responds, clicks, and saw streaks of metal muffled by its long rope. Lo, a tender ring, a new magus is come. Match wits with Wergild wilt thou, I the very craft of castle now. Think which, what is yon whelp to thee? I don't recognize the name Castle now. You bleed onto the document your class contribution, consenting to act as proxy. Boldly thou dost wager thy blood, yet flesh is based ribbonry to dress the true prize, thy soul. We must accept thy challenge. The battle of wills begins. You negotiate for the soul of your current charge using a deck bound to their identity. You Malthas with tab. Family member decks are made of bundles of cards called pacts. These dark cards are Mardokin's cursed inheritance, sins through which demons can gain a hold on a soul. Oh no, we're still on the wiki. Removing this cursed inheritance is your goal and may lead to a greater reckoning. Press escape to return to the ritual to seek out inheritance purchasing opportunities. Alright. Card cannot be played. Oh. Replace target creature with a spawn whose things are 2 plus the originals. Unresolved deals 1 injury to itself and eyeball neighbors, presumably allied, then slides over 1. Place target maven creature with spawn whose things are greater than the originals. Unresolved heals 1 from its host and neighbors. Deals 1 to any target. Faith, Immolator. Oh, Immolators have health, but they don't actually do damage. They just burn and then go. Anchor of Faiths. Okay. Let's do this. Demonic Rabble. Trivial battle. Don't say trivial, that's gonna make it awkward when I lose. You understand that, right? I would do that, and... Heck, I didn't really want to do that, but that's fine. We'll do that instead. I believe in you. Not to commend thy strength or condemn thy... Ow. That's so rude of you. Fine. Then, I want to spark you and end my turn. Right? Simply don't lose. Enemy discarded Hearts of Wax. Enemy resolve? Ow, you have... Heck. You're annoying. You're annoying. If I do that, then that's a 3/3, which is pretty funny. Then I'll play this in front, actually. And I'll save the aggression. Enemy discarded Decaying Husk. Ow. But that gives me a thing. Tickles me a little bit. Don't worry about this. Retribution. When this deploys, it hits enemy neighbors for 2. Huh. Can I just deploy? Okay, I have to deploy something first. I've got lots of deploys, so let's make sure we do that. Oh, okay. Creatures with slide move, X slots in their direction, taking things with them. Yep. And then we end our turn. Turn, slides past. There we go. You win. Select a temporary bane to bear through this ritual. Oh. This is a bane, a mirror to the boon. Here the demon grows in power, but you decide how. The enemy eye hides its health from you. Demon opponents have more maximum health. Take 2 damage when you have to reshuffle. Huh. I think we'll do that. I don't need to see its health. I don't need to see its health. It's fine. Everything's going to be fine. Dig 2 graves. A trivial battle. Each bonded familiar has a unique and powerful boon. Each Fongord has a boon as well. Maltha gives zero strength creatures the sneak keyword, which let me place on the enemy side of the battle line. Well, that's helpful. Well, that's very helpful. What does host mean in this? What does host mean in this context? Healing reduces that. Look for green healing preview to see how many that are reduced. Still, we might just end turn with we'll play slow to start. Then we discard. Behold, Maven, American's disgrace becomes thine own. Surrender. Ow. Ow. Luckily, we survived. So, not a big problem. Why do you die? Unresolved takes heals, deals damage to all neighbors when it dies. That would be why. That would be why. Annoyingly, it takes 2. It deals 2 damage from all neighbors when it dies. I would do that, and then I would just nuke this guy real quick. You can place many cards in reserve. That's a good thing to remember. Creatures with counters strike back at their attackers X many times. I'm doing poorly. I'll say that. What is this, like, I wish I could say, or know what this does. Oh, also family tree. Sorry. That's a long list. Holy shit. Sorry, what do you mean there's just hiding in here there's so much? What does host mean? And battle line. Why is there not... Ritual concepts, card concepts, battle keywords. It doesn't say. Fond of small treasures knows too much. Magnificent Cat, the center of her own universe, fully disappointed in her caretakers. True. Uh-huh. Anna Svangord. Uh-huh. Roland Svangord the third. Uh-huh. Nils. An unknown family member. Goodness gracious. We'll have to examine that somewhere else. There's so much lore. We need to not lose this game first. I'm gonna discard one of these because, yeah. Ooh, that counter's tough. We're kinda getting absolutely smoked. Kinda getting totally smoked here. Attacks immediately and gives enemy neighbors -1 oomph when it dies. So we wanna do that. And that. And honestly, we might just try and smoke this one? I think I like that. Then we'll discard that, so we'll see if there's anything useful. And on resolve gives its host one more. I can't stack another one there. That's a replacement. Which I don't want to do. We shall instead just end the turn. Enemy discarded the dark. Alack, defeat looms the or thy spirit satisfied to the guilt of a famous American. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. We'll roll that guy, attack of 0, get wrecked. Okay. We can discard that though. So we hit it with that. There's our stunted spawn. And then we do that. Then I guess we'll do that again because I don't have a better play. I don't have a better play than that. You know? Gosh, he just has a lot of health. And yeah, that dies, which sucks. Depending on the order of things, this may go awesome. Because that kills, and now we're at least even, you know? I mean, we get rolled again, but we got rolled slower. Ay, ay, ay. I just don't like that very much. Oh. Oh. We can do that. 16 health to something, but I'm not... The problem is I'm not holding kind of up. Right? So I'm getting myself... Like, my guys are getting wiped just as fast. But that's a powerful one. And so that should actually do damage. I did damage! Look at that. All, iota of damage that it was. Why? What if... pain in the ass this is. Maltha's desk is not exactly inspiring me with confidence, you know? Like, I'm just not managing to get ahead of anything. Though, that kills... that does only 1 damage, so I need to actually do that in order to roll the entire squad. Boom. Huh. Well, that's not good. Again with this flask of thought, I guess we'll put that there. And then we'll put this one on you. So that way you at least kill that. And then we see how that goes. Yeah, nah. Nah. We probably done this trying to envision some in-game museum of shame masks. Nah. I'm just bad at deck builders, so... Just like tip to toe. I will accept my inability. I also don't really know how... Does this just hit right away when it deploys? And it's just that it can only deploy into... And it just only deploys into... What's the words? Words are hot, tough. Heck. This isn't actually helping much, but we can at least do that. This shall kill. We'll drop an Anchor of Faith up here. And a Thrall will kind of evaporate itself, won't it? That's alright. It'll evaporate itself. Because I gotta get progress on this guy. Uh-huh. Oh, we didn't even die. So my thought is, right, we'll try something. We'll try something. We'll try this, we'll try this. If it deploys right away, it doesn't. Shame. That is okay. I feel like it was supposed to. Oh, there, that's when that goes. Gotcha, so it's on enemy, on thing death. It hits neighbors for 2. Cool. That works for me. I can make that work. We're figuring it out. I just don't, right? I don't know what I don't know. And so until I hit a spot where I do know what I don't know, we shan't worry too much about it. You know? I can only have 3 things in the battle. This is so sad. Okie dokie, we'll do that then. So that way you hit there. You're going to get a kill in... You kill what? Oh. That's not good. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, you're so late. Ooh, swapping an immolator in place of the flat. That would have been smart. Remembering that I could do that would have been smart. You know? But we're gonna try and just kind of stall out. We're literally gonna try and just stall out here. Because now he can't attack me. Oh, that heals neighbors. Oh. That's how that works. I feel like I didn't understand that at all. Okay. I need to get something in the way of this guy, not because I think he's actually that scary, but because I just need something in his way. You know, something to stop this first thing. There we go. Kaboom! We made it work. Path ahead offers recovery, which restores 10 to the Maven Eye. Uh-huh. But what if I wanted instead to, do that? Yay, we figured this. Right? Hand size increasing, you can I'd love to be able to cycle my hand faster. I'd love to be able to cycle my hand faster, to cycle out when I need something good. Like... Oh boy. From the void it comes boss battle. Remember, you can test out moves and undo them to find the best play for the cards I have, wrap until I end my turn. You make a good point. Right, the Flask of Thought would be better, I think, if... it, had... What's the word I'm looking for? Oh, sacrificial lambs. Okay. Demonized symbol stands in for the demon or the assets they own, depending on context. Yep. Wait, why? Oh, because you do that and then you die, and then you die. That would be a good reason. Get rid of that. We do that. Then we do that. And this also then heals us up, which is kind of my actual goal here. Stinks that I'm doing that to it, but that's fine. Take damage, draw 3 cards. That seems strong. That seems strong. Oh. That guy's scary. Holy crap. If I do that, that kills both. If I do this, though, it kills the scary one. Which is sort of my goal. I would rather the scary one die. I didn't want to discard that. Heck. I hit the wrong button. It paid off. It paid off. It paid off. This is flawless. I'm so good at video games. Yes, we have an undo button, but we run it. We hold play to it. Okay. That's fine. These guys all really suck too. I don't like them much. But here's where I'm like kind of not super worried. Like, I do that. I do this. And then I just do that. And it's not awesome. True, bench dude, you're so right. The important thing here is that he's kind of taking his own yeah, he's gonna roll that guy. That's annoying. So I take 1 damage off of that. But that's okay, because I healed 1 damage this turn anyway. So who cares? And I only have 3 useful things here. Still, I'll do that. Yeah. Because if you survive this, voila. See? Survived. Easy peasy. Then you go there, I stop healing off of that, but that's fine. And then, in the expectation that I'm going to get rolled a little bit this turn, I'll do that. I'll actually discard 1 of these to get ready for next turn. Because you do that, you then heal when I'm up, which, okay, then hurts me again, but like, whatever. Keyword Parasite. Parasites must be placed in reserve, but on any host with room, including enemy creatures. Oh. Fine print. Interesting. Do I need to worry about anything here? I don't think I do. I think I just roll with it. Because you kill, you kill. Easy peasy. And I survive that again. Which makes this really funny when I then just swap that guy out for someone way frickin' stronger. Now I just need to clear the path, don't I? Can I can't easily get rid of you, can I? Right? Because that replacement doesn't actually do anything useful for me. So. There's no point in me using a spark, because these guys will die regardless. So, why use the spark? A 7-5 out on the field here is ludicrous. Actually. Did you just fine print? Why did you just fine print your own parasite? Seems foolish. Well, there's little point in me not sparking this turn then. I would get rid of this. And I will get rid of this. And you know, we may also just discard that in favor of trying to cycle out faster for... I want to just try and cycle out faster to get my spawns up. Okay, like I survived that guy. Like, that's not scary. There we go. Now we figured it out. Now we figured it out. We just need a little bit more oomph. Now I'm really just trying to cycle out fast, towards... like, sparks? Or other useful things there. Because, like... the problem is I'm not quite doing enough damage to really make this happen. And the question is now, do I want to just kind of let this guy fall over in favor of just blasting through? And if I want to do that, how can I do that? Right, because I need to break through this front line. Immolate the sheep. I can't deploy any more things. So I'd have to do this. Yeah, I need one more battle line. I may just kind of let this roll. I'm so honest, I may just literally let this vibe out. In the hope that at some point... he gets a terrible, terrible hand, and I get to just absolutely smoke him. Like that. Too easy this last, the heart cutting like cost somewhere, which is clear. Guaranteed recovery. Easy. Oh yeah. Methinks that this be the heretofore missing will of Marican, one great contract which, instead of leaving them her treasures, forces them to inherit her spiritual depths. By God, she made her own kin sign away their immortal souls to her. The boy is one may thusly surrogate, yet wherefore can he not remember any oft? For her damnable life and sin's hell return must Maltha suffer. If I err not, 'tis these cursed pacts, each some black misdeed American unto our client beguiled in sinful surrogacy. That to save him we now must speed to scour clean in some 20 hours. 'Tis exorcism, by a rite that doth all papistry proceed. Incredible. Incredible. Insistence that the Catholics are papists, as it should be. Here in this pack exchange, you can improve your deck by swapping one pack bundle of cards for another. You'll pick a new pack to gain and an existing one to lose. Gee, I don't know. Pact to add. Tell me more of these. Unresolve does that. Unresolve takes damage. Host gains health. Huh. Or this is another Flask of Thought. A reflecting stand counters whatever it attacks it 2 times. Unresolve gives its host a thing. Creature's HP and attack. Topples forward when it dies, dealing 1 oomph to enemies ahead. I kind of like this counter guy. It's not hugely strong, but it does kind of troll people, you know? How many other stunted spawns do I have? There's 1. This is the... Oh, I can't remove these ones. No! That's so sad. That's so sad. There's an elite battle. Uh-huh. Well, other high tier classes, keep that in mind. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? The Cult of the Worm! So many decks are powerful enough to change the rules of them. These curses called deck-specific banes only last while you fight them. Well. I was kinda hoping for not either of these, but you know, that's fine. That's fine. The goal is to get the same psych build up. Because if I can get that heal, I've got plenty of oomph where I'm going to be fine. Yep, you blast. You go smack. You take a thing there. Cool. So, Immolator. And we'll stunted spawn you. Though I should have done something perhaps a little different. Still, it works. A 3-4 is nothing to sneeze at. Okay, a 3-3 is nothing to sneeze at. God, these guys are mean. I don't like these. And now he has a Conqueror Worm card. We can drop one aggression there. And then I think we drop one retribution here. So that way when you die next turn... Okay, when you die this turn, I take some damage. I deal a lot of damage to it. What the heck? That was way... Oh. Well, luckily, he fed and did not get his engine running. Okay. Okay. I think I don't care for that. I guess I'm taking that! That's fine, too, I guess. I don't like this because, like... I mean, what am I to do? Right? It guarantees gets a Skittering Leech, and I can't do anything about that. I have just no way to stop it. Oh, never mind, it fed. It fed. Stopped its own trouble, so that's fine. Seriously? Give me, like, anything. There's my Celestial Projection. Good God. That took some doing. We do that then. We go Flask of Thought here. And then we spark this guy. It was not being great to me. We're in okay shape, because now it's only, he just pulled a second guy, but like, we're still in okay shape, because we've killed one of his two guys. There's my other guy. That's cool and fine. But we stunted spawn this. Easy peasy, not a problem. Okay, maybe I needed slightly more of a problem than that. But basically, this gets my crazy guy in the front lineup. Right, I can one-shot like anything on this board now. As long as I actually, you know, do so. Oh, never mind. No, I don't die. Scary, but I don't die. I want the immolator. Goes there. I believe that works, because there should be a 2-1. No, this is a 1-2. Damn. And I can't do one more damage. Unless I pull another spark. Oh, I did not pull another spark. Tragic. That's okay. I won't... I won't be too angry about this. It is annoying because now, unless if you put something in front of... Oh, good. I love that, nope, he does that to me. Oh, that's so sad. It's okay, though. Because now we just reset everything, right? So we get to do that. Frankly, this might go in front. I don't think it makes a difference, but... it at least starts grinding this guy down. And the U counter, which kills, which is actually enormous. Actually so freaking huge that we're able to just actually kill. Sacrificial lamb I don't care about. Ooh. Other sacrificial lamb I still don't care about. Okay, that sets up that play, which is this into spark, into end. So that wipes. That heals, that goes. Not a single bit of damage done. I have thought about it. I find usually I want the board clear so that I'm trying to use them for board clear, because guaranteed damage is kind of fine. Right. Right, because guaranteed, it does like 1 damage guaranteed for 2 rounds. But I'd rather board clear so that my stronger units can actually get wipe. Thou art a forger to boot. We shall feign surprise. So how does this work? How does this work? Gotcha, so there are specific types of cards. Obviously that's a bad one to do it with. Celestial... What about this? All inheritance cards are replaced. Add the redeem card to the pact. Gains blast 1. Well, that's a 50-50 on being really good or really bad. That's 50-50 on being awesome. We're so good at this. Okay, so now we want to just buff up that guy, because that's 2 clear. That's just like guaranteed 2 clear. Hellfire to the very brim. The contract is clear, thou unlettered gibbon. Alas, violence is all thou canst cipher. That takes damage, gains health, and heals. Gotcha. On death, kills its host. I see. And then that does that, and that does that, which is awesome. Because now you guaranteed kill on the second one there. We don't need that right now. And... we don't per se need that right now. That was not better. That was also bad, actually. But so it goes. We shall Flask of Thought. We shall Immolate her. What if I did this instead? Because that lets you survive. Right, because I'll immolate for... right, we'll burn first. Right, I guess the thing, yeah, I don't super... That's not great. The thing I guess I don't super care about for the... Immolator... is... that it burns itself out in 2 turns. Which on the one hand is sometimes really good, and sometimes really isn't. Annoying. Alright. That's fine. We shall another one drop. And we shall... oh, battle line limit reached. We shall another one drop. Just to keep the vibe go. True. Doing one in that actually is not a bad idea. A 2-to-1. Aww. And you've got Blast, which is sad, because it hits me. And you kill that guy. Where are my celestial projections? Like, holy crap, that was so long between celestial projections showing up. And now the one that's Blast is going to show up almost immediately, by the way. After all of this... oh, you've got the Blast... oh. You make me sad. We shall it replace. And I'm ready to do that to it, aren't I? I do this to it, because now that's a 5/5. That's about to get buffed up. And then I blast this guy and I blast this guy so that my giant swing can just make itself work. And we're good. Tunnel 1 rolls that guy, I don't even care. Genuinely don't care. And this is the guy that has Blast now. So now we just want to get both of these guys. I did that backwards. Damn it. Aw. That's not going to bully me too much. But if this guy was in front of that guy, I could use that to clear. Right? You love how this is representing just like 2 dudes sitting at a table arguing word meaning in order to get the best outcomes from a contract? It's very good. Seal counter. The first ally creature played in a turn gains counter once per battle. Makes 2 damage after it. The Nullware sprite just kinda gets obliterated, doesn't it? Fine print is the parasite. Copy a target owned reserve onto another owned host with an open reserve. Very good. Slide target creature to its owner's side, dealing damage for every step moved. Oh, so you can take something and go voop. No, it's awesome. 2 inheritance cards away, forge away their inheritance to save their soul. Wait, what do you mean forge? Forge away their inheritance? Do I have to go into a... I might be so degenerate, or I heard the remains of American our mistress cry out from the grotto. Aught of words I could cipher not. Wait, so... I have, during the forge section, do I have to use those kind of two problems? Instead of getting a buff up on one of mine? Do I actually need to use the forge on one of those cursed ones in order to delete that curse? That was not how I understood that worked. Dost see, Bonford gains these devils, 'twas we who first challenged their kind to this war of wills. She gazes up at the great spiraling contract on its dizzying spindle. Lo, it is impressive now, without cost laws to them a game, and by turn be all verses viced. For above all else the devil doth love to win. American prick their pride, I hear. Unto the punk Hetla lured she all. All their legal trappings comfort the client alone. The fasty contracts, mere records of wagers, subtle revisions to rules. Mortal mavens fear to forget a stroke, from Mary to air opens lead to doom by detail. American misliked it when I spake o'er much truth after vespers, yet I told her plain. 'Twas we who first corrupted the spirits. Now we dub them devils. No. No. Hello, here be our courtroom, and may think for some time, as in attendance are we familiars all. Thou mayst at thy pleasure bond with any of us. Each of us offer thee aid in our especial style, maven. Choose, knowing we'll begrudge thee nothing, and all unchosen will serve by other means. For me, I will pluck answers from this great nest of nonsense. I beg your patience. One day, my new maven island hazard, thou be as great at the game of souls as the American. His kudos came sans subtext, but as he stands in your regard, a trace of new understanding dawns. Does he just now see that American has literally pawned your family as part of some great wager? He glances across the space towards Maltha, then back at the carving station and tools, which to you now seem a strange, inappropriate comfort. As if now punishing himself, Mr. Charles falls into an uncharacteristic silence. He hangs his head. Is it just this verbal slip that vexes him? Is it some verbal slip that vexes thee? Or is it that I do not give thee? I give thee scoops, though? Oh, hi, buddy. Say hi to the camera. You're so talkative every other time. How come you immediately fall silent when I scoop you? Mwah. Mwah. Yeah. Wow. Alright. This is a great spot for us to take a short break so I can stand up, make some more tea, and otherwise do some self-care. So, do not go anywhere. We will be back very shortly. I'm having so much fun with this. But I shall leave you, as always, in these cases, with the snails. Refill on all your drinks, stand up, stretch, do some self-care. We'll be back in a moment, continuing with this absolutely fabulous game. And welcome back, everyone. So I said tea and then I made myself hot chocolate, which I think is a great idea, and I will take no criticism about this. So, if you are just tuning in, we are playing The Killing Stone, which came out in early access earlier this week. It freaking rules. It is laser targeted to gigantic nerds like us. We are playing Cards with the Devil, and by cards I mean arguing the minutiae of legal contracts through the power of deck builders. It's also just chock full of some absolutely fantastic historical references and just really good vibes. So, we just finished our first contract, though I fear I have made a small misplay, and we will about to hop back in, and yeah, let's do this. Importantly, oh, I want tacos now. Don't do this to me. Hello. Oh, Doctor, I'm awake thanks be to thou. Is not I. Say, I've never seen this robe. Hast thou? Sorry, after that. But it seemed to go still and spake only in silence, as if a prayer. I to nothing yet remember I, a great gleaming thing o'erlooming me, or grandsire and Rasmina seem yet to wait on thy word, and with their eyes bid me do the same. Contact strikes the young man mid-thought like a thunderbolt. He looks at the carved figure of himself, and effects a little formal bow. As a sun god, I must needs express our enduring goodwill. Thankfully, both of you, Maltha seems to forget which note comes next in this recital. Avoiding your ring hand, but unable to resist a quick look at it, the lad gently squeezes with your fingers, grateful. The next ritual awaits. Many claims remain on the boy's soul, yet there is a recess of sorts should you need to gather your thoughts. And by gather your thoughts, I mean talk to literally everyone under all circumstances. This place hath a name among the native folk. To the divers tongues of Europe mind it doth seem to rescind their very breath rebuking all. Paradoxile mayhap, for it is unencompassed and unplottable north of northmost, of no nation's pale lust e'er bound, unto all quadrant or meridian strangered. Yet to me, as I hope to hither draw mine enemies one day, as like unto the ancient rite of Holmgang, thinks Van Hetla shall serve. Holmgang being a judicial duel. So ultimately, right, Old Norse society, extremely legalistic. Like, you think this is legalistic? Old Norse society had jury trials in the year 930. They're so legalistic. But they're also intensely honor-bound. Which is to say, anything and everything is an insult that you must repay more severely than it was given. And when the jury trials inevitably fail, the ultimate final solution is you just give the two disputants swords, stick them on an island, and solve it the old-fashioned way. That is a Holmgang. Literally means an island going. Later periods, or if it occurs outside of Thingvellir, you just made a box out of, like, hazel sticks or whatever you had around, and then you beat the shit out of each other in that. This could get very bloody and brutal and cause all sorts of problems. It could also be very kind of neither person is really trying to kill each other. Oh, no. You gather around, you'd watch. It usually takes place either on an island in the river or on the banks of a river or in some other designated location. Right. In addition to hazel twigs, you could use marking stones, Fanghetler, as our solution. Not naked atop a volcano, you feel like you have been misled by Aegers. Look, the Northmen was so good until it wasn't. And approximately the last 15 minutes were all when it wasn't. Because absolutely not naked on top of a volcano. What do you mean? I don't care if it's dramatic. It makes no goddamn sense. There is no point in having a feud or resolving a feud where no one can see it. Because if two people kill each other in a forest, they may as well not have done it in the first place. On the flip side, the afterganger scene, right? The breaking into the mound and the fighting the undead. Literally the single best depiction of a mound breaking in any media. Period. You got me there. I can't even argue with you. Risk our reputation, mind you, for this too is the name of a stone and a game, now precious to me. Not to mention a painting which once did most gravely disturb my guests. Yet behold and lo, for is this island not a high sharp stone or which to struggle unto death? As men, learned means men seen unto learning such maids. Each doth unto fainting fast or his mind's potential debut day, guards his unshared thesis, a sweetest virtue sacrosanct. Unto ravishment will he soon spoiled be, when his peers are come to know to see. Guised as a university man for years I watched the black beards of my fellow silver ore in half-mooned hesitation, all lost into the question of originality, though I'll mark me the outright imbeciles published gaily on. Quoth man, alack and oh, will ere the great suffix my name, and I but times amanuensis. Who can foretell what potential holds Who can foretell what potential holds one man's earthly opus? Most are but fleeting drops until that ocean thought. Merry, yet being briefed, oft honest are. What sweetest rain but by soft number signified? The sea doth rise, and all our vessels wift. Ask thyself how many slim humble chapters of the grand and final Codex Humanus, the human book, have we hitherto lost to envy's green gutlings and their craven awe? Quiet wisdom untold, sacrificed by man to his forebears' mere shadow. 'Tis monstrous waste, unto nothing in unraised monument. Varon seems to be decoding America's notes here. It's likely worth checking back occasionally to see his progress. It's so good! She's so salty! She has so many opinions! She has so many opinions. Whereas, thou returns to us. We saw you both sit, the room filled with a queer, what, antediluvian vapor? Heady, deep, roiling scents issued thick and strange. We could scarcely breathe, and soon were forced to withdraw into the stairwell. Ill shapes seemed to writhe in some eldritch shadow play. The screech some animal yips withal did seem to each themselves redouble. And then yet all departed, and mouth arose. Art thou? The immediate excitement over, they seemed to notice the chill down here, lightly shivering. Nay, pray tell me what's afoot when thou art full recovered. I shall retreat to the den. Yet, Maven? Gramercy. Big man turns on flat feet, eyes wide, poorly concealing his shock and the rituals awake. Disperse the hellish vapors. Maltha is risen. Doctor, Maven, is he... Thou hast seen traces of such like as this? No, who am I to play thine inquisitor, Frentus Fangard their swaist? In ordeal thou hast that liar's library. I saw nothing save for the vile fog, nor speak I any of the tongues thou mutteredst in. Albeit ignorant, I am no ingrate. Alack, friend, I mean to thank thee. I am only o'ercome that Maltha is to us restored. Whilst thou ralliest, we will confer above. If thou hast answers anon, we shall there await them. That were joy in my volume's voice. If a spirit thou art, perhaps was a winged mercy who breathed thee into being, yes. Tupa winded mayhap when it came time to mold me. Her small teeth make an appearance, so different to the first few overpoised smiles. If mortal, then... She takes your gloved hand in both of hers. I owe thee warmth. That was not a question, yet you sense you are now allowed to speak as you please. She holds your hand, simply looking at you in silence. Speak no open wound on her. Gita, my girl with Vortlam, Malta's mother, dead, born with the bones of a glass bird, she. An impossible thing, a thing that dare ne'er descend. Her breathing speeds up, but her footing is steady. Perhaps somewhere a live bird, hale and whole, hath hers. You do not see the cat, Black Milk, but you hear a faraway yowl. Nika ignores it. Burning mouth broke Gita inside a month. The strain. We had not among Inuits suffered this illness. The Svangods knew, yet on they breedeth all the same. Kova, the father, be dead to me. Seems clear that Nika is done on that subject. You do remember one of your guides, though, a younger man, stopping to stare at the house before turning the dog sleds. Well, here be my next prophecy. I will show thee a cave which lays a pale bear in't. Enter without fire, and behold, fate shall from thy belly tear great, wet, red ropes. Thou hast met Volem's grandam, yes? You see her nature as elemental, then, not consciously. First, am I? My mother spake so of me, my father spake the same. I am unlike them true. Yet unto myself I have but one name, and my Volem gave it me. If thou in time comes to judge me evil, then after all she hath done, what word would be left? All she hath done? Nika only knew Maltha was feverish, as you recall. Nothing was said of American Soul's surrogacy plot. You resolve to make a note when you get your hand back. Okay, there was another option there, though. Did you hate her? I hate not your fortune freely shared. Wealth be a slow-burning fire, and Nika would be warm. The way Volem doth of sin school me makes of it a part, I think. I'll pluck out the pearl, but the filsome all-upbraiding shell cast hence. Your mark without Marican's vainglory with Volem have come here to me. Would I have her books to cipher away upon, when my man grows red-faced and weary of words? Without sin-stained Marican, would I know how to thus but carve the air, posing question after question, to which I need no spoken answer. Size so large it affects the spinal shudder. She be dead at last. The exile was hers, yes? Which they all said. Now the family is free of her stranger. My Volem doth help again to Denmark sea, yet. Her eyes steady until now flick right just once. Thou camest hither a ship. Thou first as one of his church fathers. He doth hope that thou will see us married in the eyes of our God. A bride may also be a bride to be. Dost see? Doth my Volem wish not to lie. Real slightly, they have children. Grandchildren, one could... Thou art here now. Thou canst be anyone. Simply be not a witch-taker. Be not Inquisition. Aye? Margaret moves up your arm with one hand, the other continues to grasp yours. She pulls you very close. Madame, what must you think of me? I think weary stranger that Marican wore many skins, and thou art your student. How many such now grace these young shoulders? A priest may be one. Thou mayst know withal the paper words Valen's father's new love by. He make me his wife before God. Yet thou trickst them, aye? Again and again. But all is well, of thy secrets Nika needeth none. I demand nothing now, I think of Maltha. Grateful I ask, but this one thing more. One of thy thousandfold skins a friend to my Volem? Aw. I thank thee, stranger. Nay, stranger no more. Doctor, then? I know not what meaneth maven. Okay, why do we have a talk down here, though? American! What have you done? Talk to me, very... Yep, pay respects.
Blood, thou hast the look of a death's head, grimmer than e'en eye. Hast thou some unvoiced woe discovered?
Thou secret study has been found by a sleepwalking child to his peril.
When you studied
should
at
speak.
my foot, did I e'er so much as misplace a sneeze? It doth seem safe to call it gospel, that like thee, this was expected.
American! You can't do that!
What secrets hast thou discovered? My betrayals abound, no doubt.
A corpse is the consummate listener. The contract upstairs indicates you pawned a child's soul to cleanse your own. Why?
It is as if the trial is again upon Mariken and this hallowed hollow, the Hexen House.
Ooh.
Yet after
German
death and exile,
Witch Inquisition Court.
to know no nod may I be further banished. I, lo and see not, thy world abound hath no pale o'er which I may yet be yondered. Now, then let us speak of youth. Of all species, singular, for by no investment may it e'er return.
No, begin anew. That is a boy, not a fungible abstract.
Quite right. Now, Mariken might rejoin that distance doth govern definition of and by all extant shapes. Masked art thou, Maven, and as a physiker enrobed, to a faraway scout thou, a blurry daub of danger art thou, to an
I'm glad this
innocent
hallucinated
thou
ghost
art
of Mariken
a
at least is willing to.
judging landscape, nay? Neither conclusion is outright falsehood. Still, for thee, I am willing to squint. Malta it is. I apologize.
She's too good at this, chat. I understand what everyone is saying now, or what Rasmina was saying on, she'll argue around in circles and then wind up presenting her own desire as if it is the only logical course of action.
So, speak we upon young Malta. What wouldst know?
There's so many things. Holy sh...
I hazard pedantry to ask again, if in such puissance lived I, why die at all? For 'tis obvious that my engorged lifespan's mystery hath of late diminished. But I, to business. Some 20 hours doth remain in the vigil period, at which marked time shall all sales final be. My will of your negotiated with one eye, by leverage of t'other, can no further grace grant thee. In sum, upon no soul's behalf can the language be further altered. Yet, as thou dost underscore, why would I lure thee here? Mine own pact doth appear clean, so what is there for thee to achieve, save the victim's own salvation? Let us briefly suppose I did expect thee to, with a calloused heart, stamp the documents and collect thy fee. Yet, Maven, cast back thy mind to thy prentice years, for Mariken's cruel myriad of names that e'er were at thee hurled, recallest thou that incurious did not...
Mariken sucks.
In the case of innocence versus hell, thou hast by small advanced e'en this very night. Had I that cause opposed, would I not simply leave thee to thine intellect's doom in Deutschland?
Probe for detail or retreat. But to be called mad often waits on an adult subject. That's why I imagine this here sounds an old devil. Yes, regarding death and seemingly contradictory wills, the letter. You read us tired, even
the
plaintive.
humor of it exact. When truth doth a maven fail.
Exactly.
And we must compel a body to swallow a falsehood. As poison we treat the lie. Add a drop of spoilt milk to the fresh, as if the pale were but nigh to souring. To forego rudeness, thy fool, who will note the strange bouquet, still down the hatch all doth silent send. Their own little lies imbibed with thy greater, and thus to their own doom are they become accomplice. In sum, had I hoped to trap thee, would I not have made of the letter's tone some less obvious admixture? Wilt at last conject instead a new theory? That thy Mariken did secret within her heart some close clasped faith in thee? For as thou art of my passion's void, Perchance I sought thine unflinching action, or e'en thy judgment of mine own.
There's so many. Your familiars do nothing and appear to dote on your family. Are they merely instruments to
In
you?
life, to whom was I least kind? Thou must suspect that e'en unto myself, but an imperfected engine was Marican.
Ouch.
Why would a beast, however cleverly clothed,
Ouch.
stand exempt? If, for any creature, I deigned to make exception, fain would I lay my coin on thee.
How are you able to do it?
Indeed. No remedial witchcraft that. E'en the Hexenfanger accused us of no such power.
She speaks the German word without a trace of accent, but some residual contempt for all witchfinders.
Well, accused me. Thou wert deemed too young. A mere printer's devil at mine elbow. Yet soft, thou wert a prodigy. My central thesis could not have scaped the entire. Surely I taught thee to draw thy meaning from twixt the lines. A universal doctrine must needs unite natural philosophy, theology, so-called sorcery, alchemy, ad nauseam.
What do you mean you're trying to come up with a Gesamtkunstwerk? Fine. Call it plotting, but I have a literal mind. Be as specific as your own limitations allow.
What be this word, soul, for which all must needs account, yet none dare define? 'Tis amongst the ignorant and craven a compact, not to explore the domain of overlap. Perchance I found it.
Okay, but like, so many people claimed they found it. Okay, you're not special. Admittedly, you did cite all the different disciplines that all individually claim to find it. Right, the natural philosophical theory that the soul in some way must be related to the animus, the thing that gives life, and therefore that the intellect and the soul must therefore be separate. The theological approach that the soul is the spark of the divine which hath been given down out of Aristotle, Neo-Aristotelian theories. The alchemical thing, that there is a distillation of alcohol that shall produce quintessence, which in some way can act directly upon the soul. The sorceress, that the beings of the invisible firmament, angels and demons, may be bound, and in that same binding, humans be compelled to action. You found the soul yourself, it's on the bottom of your shoe.
Could thou, in this night, vergest upon a revelation, which would unto the semantic abysm cast such fretful terms as secular, spiritual withal? Aye, then what would supplant them? For God and woman, one law, divided by mere angle observed. Seize all and hie thee, for lo, am I not dead? Publish, child, publish ere the body doth cool.
The grand unification of different theories on the soul. Fabulous. Just what we needed. I'm sure it's fine. You spoke of the damned boy you just now. You sounded like the werewolf creature.
Which issued first, one doth wonder. Hailing from the elder Greek, the word deistai, which by time's palanquin doth bear us along unto the daemon of learned Socrates. 'Twas a presence from itself riven, or e'en to say, that which divides. Mine own mentor was wont to say, let he who would walk in my shoes first banish all my demons. His little joke. reft his demons.
That's
Naught
a
save
terrible
his
pun.
shoes doth remain. Seest? When at last he slew himself, I naturally claimed his clogs.
That's a terrible pun. How dare they?
As shouldst thou. That winksome imp promised thee my grimoires and folios withal. In thine eyes I do espy that thou art hither come for but one purpose.
Bravo.
At any price. Marry, the salvation of souls.
You grunted loud as it struck, your eyes closed as if they could somehow banish that dreadful joke retroactively. Which in the end is worse, the supposition that one of reason's grand architects whose art now spans 2 centuries by God would resort to such a base assault on the comic craft? Or that you imagine this and purposely inflicted it upon yourself? One-eyed devil briefly revealed an image of you rendered in painted wood and implied
A
it contained your
fragment
soul.
which doth, I suspect, promised others yet await. When the vigil hour doth elapse, and the inscribed pact is ratified, aye,
True.
what he hoped to gain thereby, I know not. By chance, it may now lesser avail the fiend, if faithful. Well, is not the child Malta doomed to shoulder my debt instead? Be remembered,
Right.
apprentice.
Genuinely a
of the
foul crime.
sympathies material
Very
thou
funny,
didst
bravo.
Study o'er. Maxim the First, like doth to likeness call. This I posit. Fortified within that effigy doth hide my blood, hair, or thumbnails withal. Safe hid, and my slow, a growing still. Such poppets may bind a soul divided. Yet
Darn
their
sympathetic
prime use
magic.
is a thing more direct. At pleasure of the wielder willed, these crafty dolls maketh toys of the living.
Tragic. Now how certain possess the souls of all within? Should I not advise the
Mine
others to
own
simply
blood,
feed?
shared amongst my line, may a catalyst be. Many curses are delimited thus. Regardless, an economy of hexcraft was ere my way. For lo, if any substitute soul will suffice to absorb my sins, wherefore select a child? Were it my will to compel the rest, or e'en thee to stay, would not an omen of Damoclean doom o'er a young head dreadful poised, then by pity's soft sorcery hold all in check?
Yeah. Of all judgment, I must eagerly await thine. Do I have to pay respects? I would prefer to not pay respects because, yeah. I mean, efficient, yes. Atrocious, also yes. You suck, oh mistress. To be fair, historically accurate levels of absolutely trash. Let me be clear. Like, magical manuals from this period or a little earlier. Like, the people who are doing magic, by and large, suck. Arcanist, you'll back me up on this one. Like, the spells are often ways to magically coerce or magically disguise plain old assault. Right? You wish to know the future. You wish to curse your enemies. You wish to heal yourself. You wish to commit sexual assault upon people. These people suck real bad. And so, she is of a type. Good form. I mean, a little bit deep. Curse, yeah, I got the order flipped. Curse is coming fourth. But still, in no particular order, those are the four. In the specific order, those are the four. Oh, that was Italian. Yeah. Deep, deep lunge. The white chops the air rapidly. Idle lunges punctuate each martial verse. His shoes rasp and squeak softly on the cold surface beneath. The glass rod as if he's often trying for any movement more dramatic than a blink. Okay, when you manually discard, chops fetch a replacement for the deck. When you manually discard, Valram copies the top of the graveyard for you. When you manually discard, Black Milk lets you switch a host and reserve. Now, that could be very funny. Right? This is good because it lets me get my engine up and running. This is good because it lets me cheese. And I don't like the swapping host and reserve very much. We'll keep chops. We'll keep chops. Oh god, we're all going all over the place. Bargain. To all accusers of the court, both sire and dam, thus e'en now the devil's bound by his own ancient law. This wergild is a lord of hell, vizier to one eye, a lawyer greedy even for his ilk. No offense meant I. Yet mark no rule is in fire writ upon eternity, it merely lingereth until challenged. For what's law but long-tongued discourse betwixt abusers? In sum, the bargain. Of thine own luck here be artisan, revises boon and bane by offer, bid and countersuit. Thus e'en by his trick shall thou beat the devil at his own game. Select a boon you want or a bane you don't to place a chit, and then the demon will do the same. It's only the first of 3 rounds of bargain. Aww. Outcomes are only ratified after the final round. You still have time to tilt the results in your favor. Each ritual is a contract, and any contract can be exploited. In this oncoming clause, your familiars can eke out such revelations. Your familiars trace the text between tongues, they uncover corruption, words altered in passage, sense lost in the carrying. A covenant mistranslated dissolves its own authority. The contract is weakened, your claim made firm, you gain revelations. Revelations are currency of secrets, spent at bargains, boons, banes, packs, and forges to adjust their offerings. I would love a forge. I would love a forge. There is naught more vile than an accounting clerk which dubs itself created. So what do we have? Redeem, gain a thing. I guess all inheritance cards in the pact are replaced with redeem. So adds a celestial projection card to the pact. Well, I would that prefer. And an elite battle, followed by a recovery. The Cult of the Worm! Actually. Immolator. And Anchor of Faith. There we go. Boom. Oh, interesting. Scars, no damage as a matter accounted. You sacrifice to gain 2 things next turn. Why did you do that? Oh, okay. Gotcha, it does it right away. Stun to spawn, we can get rid of one of them. God dang it. I don't want to do that, though. The problem is he's in a weird position. Right, it's not a bad position, but it is an odd one. Enemy discard a decaying husk. And you don't... yeah. I can just roll you instantly. Enemy discarded Inhuman Focus. Okay, yeah, won't kill this guy even. I don't think this is good. I don't think this is good, but we'll try it anyway. And there's the other big Bernie guy. Yep, thank you. Ugh. Ugh. Come on, be a spark. Yeah, that's awesome. I don't think that was good. I want to undo that. I don't think that was good at all. There's no point in me doing that. Yeah, there's no point in me doing that. I'll save. Interesting. Yep, you give that, you create another thing for yourself. Oh no, because you die. You don't create a thing. Great. Slow reaction, get out of here. Where are all of my freaking, like, decent units? This is so annoying. Like, where are... I have 3 celestial beasts in here. And where are they all? Nowhere to be seen. Absolutely nowhere of any point worth noting. That's just a lot of 1/1s. Finally. Finally. Alright, VFig, thank you so much for stopping by. I appreciate it. Have a good night. Don't die, just don't. Beautiful. If that attacks me, I don't care. Come on. Don't need that, so we'll try to... We'll try to do that. try to do that. And then we will set up a reserve with my Flask of Thought for another Flask of Thought, so that if it gets rolled, we can completely and utterly eviscerate it. Where is your big guy? It doesn't really matter. But... oh! These guys can be in reserve and still heal? Wait, hang on, am I stupid? I feel like I should have known that these guys could be in reserve and actually heal. That's, like, so strong. That's so much better than I thought that was. Like, what? Unfortunately, sets itself up in a bad way, actually. Because, yeah, you'll take 2 and you'll die. Because you guys healed first, and then I don't get to enjoy that. You maketh me sad. Okay. Now, the question. Can I, in any substantial way... ooh. Alright. I need some things. Okay. Then we do that. Hits that, that hits that, hits itself, blows up. Easy peasy. And we win! And we got 7 more revelations. A cursed pact. Lose a pact and take on a cursed one bearing Markin's inheritance. Choose a forging to improve a pact in your deck. I don't know what I read here. American seems to have invited thee to defend her family, gain thee tools to that effect. It is also in her hand that this new inheritance clause, like unto some patient-trapping spider, was penned. Why? Alright, Wolfie, I'll see you at stupid early in the morning. By merely observing the list of her sins that your clients must ritually swallow at the end of the vigil period, we reveal another for which they are liable. I failed thee. I did not foresee this. We need as much force away these newly cursed pacts too. These exchanges can't be avoided, but we can choose what we get. Explain slow reactions, premonition, and the invisible hand. That's not bad, honestly. Takes 2 damage after attack. I don't like that particularly. You know? Compulsive unresolved, gain health. When it dies, it attacks the host and all its reserves. Rally. We gain 2 shield. We heal things from any... I might do that. Honestly? And... we'll get away that one. Let me cycle out some of my bad thralls. Yeah, so the killing stone, it literally means, in this case, a Fanghetla. Now, can we actually do something about this? Removes the third card of the pact. We have to do that whenever we can. Not the finish rolling in the mud. May we not have business leaving by childish frockery. Infernal Battalion! Pull assets into reserve. If reserves are full, the topmost assets are removed from the board. I see. Attacks immediately gives enemy neighbors -1 attack now. I want to save this and try a stunted spawn here next turn. So there's no point in me sparking this turn, because I'm fine. You've got blast, which is annoying. I'm gonna deal 2 damage to you, which lets you do that. Very annoying. Very, very annoying, actually. Fine. Not even a problem. Yeah. There's also, yeah, this stone right here with the red cap is what that is. The Fanghetla. The stone. Ow. How dare you. Slow reactions, get rid of it. Flask of Thought. Oh, hi Kiki. Hi Kiki. Oh. What a child. Oh. You can deal 2 damage to things in reserve? Aww. Cute. Okay, fine. I see you. Ooh, there's the... Sacrifices a known creature to get... Sacrifices that which falls over, kills... Wax me. Luckily you can't hurt, but you do. Somewhat unfortunate on that. Give me something. That's not something. That's a lot of nothing. That's a lot of nothing. Thank you. Yep. Oh. Yeah. You discarded Invisible Hand? Why would you do that? I'm getting a little bit smoked because I have bad... Bad draws, like that one. Well, I guess I'll draw this to see if I pull a spark. I did not pull a spark. That's fine. Uh-huh. Jesus, this thing's spicy. Get rid of that. Another Flask of Thought. 4 and 5. And we'll do that, because this will resolve and heal everybody, including me. That kills that. Now it's just this scary dude. Special effect during the gather phase at the start of their turn. Huh. Okay. God damn. We'll discard that one, I guess. If it survives the turn, this is really good. I'm not persuaded it survives the turn. I guess we'll see what it... I can't stop his engine. Which is the problem I'm having. It's just... Oh... That's so mean. Yeah. I'm in a bad way. I just couldn't get any of my... I can't get any of my guys up and running here. We'll see if this does anything of substance. I think the answer is no, it won't. I think I'll just die. Yeah, I'm just dead. Tragic. But, lose some bargaining power to continue in place. No, I'll just restart the ritual. I wasn't happy with anything of what I was doing there. I wasn't happy with any of what was happening there. Discarded, enacted, and enacted. Okay. Let's try this again. Revelations. Yeah. Revelation stands secured. Got the memo. We'll try this one again. We'll see if it gets any of the... All inheritance cards are... Duplicates the first card, adds an overreach guy. So hear me out, does that duplicate the guy with blast? Tell me that duplicates the guy with blast. Ah, it does. Awesome. We're done sketching Lou grotesque across the rulebook. Shall we proceed? Wereguild's Horde. It doesn't do, it's a different one. You have no bonus to against me. There we go. Heal if it's bad. Okay, there we go. Spicy. Ooh, that guy's so spicy. What the heck? Ow. Wait, what? That doesn't work? Okay. I guess we'll do it that way then. No, that also doesn't work. Oh. Duh. Because I need... Because you tunnel over. That's why. I was like, why is that not working? Because tunneling. Like, I knew this. Right, the lava bath kinda cute? Kinda cute. Ow. God damn. Explodes you. Swings at you. Let's try that again. Aw. Lethal creatures kill any target that they attack except for the... That's why that's so... That's why that's such a problem. Because that's just a guaranteed, like, guy kill. Okay. Kinda hoping you'd pull something a little bit better than that. I'm gonna be so real. I'm gonna be so real. Feast heals itself. Yup. Ooh. A 4-1 with blast. That sucks real bad. Holy shit, that sucks so much. That's alright, we should be fine. We should be fine. Should. Emphasis on should. And we got one heal off of it, so it's not like we're merely in a terrible way, rather than in the worst way. Curse Pact, and there's the Forge again. Okay. So tell me what you've actually got here. Ooh. Compounding Lasher. Kinda whatever. Visible Hand and the more slow reactions, or those Nullware Spirits. I might hit these Nullware Spirits. I'm gonna be real. Or let's give them a try. Those insta-kills are kind of a really big problem. Pack to remove burned field. Yep. Now what have you got? All inheritance cards duplicates the third pack of the... That doesn't actually change. Is this an inheritance? That is an inheritance. That works. Oh, that works so well. I didn't expect that to work. Ugly Sentiments, boss battle. Any card plays into reserve gains extra... Oh, interesting. Okay, I take that. Because I have bypasses, right? The point is that... Oh. Except that you have stupid shit. Stupid shit that I hate so much. I forgot, okay? And then we actually Flask of... No, we Flask of Thought behind. And this now puts something at least in our front. Okay. Oh, that does kill. Damn it. I was like, what's the problem here? Turns out there's a huge problem. Okay. Okay. If we do that, and we do that, then... Oh, we're full up on things there. Anchor of Faith up here? And I guess I may as well do this. Oh. Pulls attackers into enemy reserves. On death, lowest reserve gains 3 attack. I don't enjoy that. What solution do I want to do? Like, if I can manipulate that, that's very funny. But I don't know that I can actually manipulate that very effectively. Why do you die? I'd really rather you don't die. But that's fine. Gotcha. Okay. I do this instead. Whoa. If I were to replace that... because that gives lethal, right? No? Well, that's pointless then. I've got so many of these frickin' flasks of thought. Oh, because it bypasses. Duh. So many of these stupid things. Sure, I'll just do that. Because then if that guy dies, that's better than that guy dying, you know? Ooh, interesting. Thy ship cannot to Marrocan home, cut her loose wish, or join her in the vast abysm. Okay. These options are all bad. Sure, I'd love that info. How do I want to do this? I mean, this is my best option, or no, that is my best option. We'll stunted spawn you. Okay, that seems to kill most things on the board. And then if I do this... That's a pretty solid turn. Have I been winning? Well, I did lose one. So, like, no? You're very strong, but you're very dead. Oh, all these guys are super dead. That's an immolator with a lot of force. That immolator has a lot of oomph behind it. Holy shit. I suppose I could get something, good. No? Death. You're there, you're present, you're kind of whatever. Guess I'll do that in front then. Watch this is gonna be funny. Boom. Now that dies. This dies. That blows up both of them. You smack you so you die, and then you attack them. Enemy discarded Spectral Bomb. That sounds scary. I'm gonna be real, that sounds very scary. And... Finally, we got one of our guys up and, like, in the 4. We do that. We do that. And now if it survives... If it just survives one swing, I can replace it, get that cycle, get that engine building. You would counterattack, don't you? Oh, do you just eat the shields? Easy peasy. There's that. And an Anchor of Faith. Not a bad play, but I like what I have more. That 5/5 is very, very good. So. No, we'll save that. Ooh, there's a hand on the over there. Another spectral bomb. You steal my guy. What do you mean you steal my guy? How dare you? How dare you do that to me? Yes, 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 I understand. So instead I'll just do that. Like, come on. Yeah. You do that, you explode, you... Oh, never mind. You don't explode. Because you stole my explosion. Can't believe it stole my explosion. I like that. What if I did this? What if I did that? Gives me enough oomph to just take literally anything. Oh no! Oh, that's so bad. I better do something about that. Do I have a great solution to this problem? Not so much, but enough. Give me, like, anything here, right? Redeem, awesome. Aggression will put on kinda whoever. Who's that +2? I mean, yeah, fine, happy. Thrilled for that. And... No, I'm full up. Dang. I can't quite swing it right now. Give me that. Admittedly, now it can't really stop me. It killed? How did it kill my guy? Genuine question, how did it kill that guy? That's fine. I'm fine, don't worry about it. Your familiars measured punishment against breach. They uncovered idiosyncrasy the penalty claimed outweighed the sin. Such actions destroys the enforceability of the covenant. With this, the ritual tilts. Revelations enter your grasp. That was a tense game. It was sort of tense. It was a lot less tense than the last time, actually. Smarter than thee, me, with all and sundry, doth think himself this wergild. More merry we, for if 'twere not so, no devil would so e'er deal. 'Tis our charge to tempt his ill betwixt their own temptations straight into the honey trap. Revelations can be spent with R to weaken the wergild's claims, removing his chits from the bargain. Discarded, discarded, that gets discarded, but that gets enacted. Bargaining ends, boons and bings are inactive. The party that benefits them have them the most chits. Otherwise, though, we'll just discard them. And we move to the second half of the ritual, which is more revelations and up. Why would I do that? Where are my forges? There's a greater forge. There's a smaller forge. There's a greater boon. Ah, I would do it for the greater boon. But I would head this. I would simply head this way. Like, that seems to me the obvious solution. Your familiars trace the record backward. They uncovered an unsettled account. Blood once promised but never taken. A prior debt unpaid renders the present clause unenforceable. The law bends towards you. Revelations stand secured. Minion battle. Infinite bodies, a trivial battle. Up, up. Oh yeah, he only has 10, and I have my self-heals. Which he can't even out-damage me on. Like, he can't even out-damage me. So we go boom, and then we go boom. Ow. That was stupid of me. I didn't realize that that was how that worked. Oh well. Right, the visual of Maven just reading them and going, the animals going like, what about that one? Why would you do that to me? That was so mean. That's alright. Cool. These options are all bad. Sacrificial lamb is the best option right now. And yeah. I guess you are kind of a fun one to kind of work on. You know? I really need... That's not helpful. Very not helpful. Kind of just have to do that as a hold fast. Not because I think it's any good though. I have no idea if you'll actually give me any oomph here, but yeah, you hit that little boop, and then you explode, and then wipe yourself, and that's fine. Okay, you'll finally hit me, which is something. What if I just Flask of Thought it myself? You know? I sacrificial lamb. I do that. And then I do that. And yeah, I don't take more oomph, but that gets one of my guys going crazy. Okay, that's fine. Like, oh no, attack me. Like, oh no. Cool. Cool. No, that's fine. It's somewhat annoying because I can't do that. Okay, I do get the attack off though. And that counts for a point. I mean, any touch is a touch, and so we take that. Slow reactions. Nowhere Spear plus again. Not a bad choice. But I think I prefer this. And then we'll end that turn there. Because you now heal me back up. Up. I mean, he keeps getting enough things on the ground that he's not dying, which is very annoying. But he's not getting anywhere close to enough to where I'm actually in danger. But that's perfect. Watch this. Explodes. He clears both. Off we go. Yay! And a Bane into a Greater Forge, but then a minion battle into a Greater Forge. Right, I've got all these Greater Forges right now. First creature, 2 less max. I think that one's okay, actually. I'm not that worried about that. Now, what have you got? All inheritances are replaced with, I mean, that's... okay. There's several really good options here. Holy crap. But... I don't really want to get rid of my spawn. I've got 2 other sparks. I've got 2 other sparks. Oh, and this isn't. Oh, all inheritance cards in the pact are replaced with redeem. Duh. Da da da. And I think the goal here is to end up at the very end. Right? A minion battle, a Greater Forge, a pact exchange. I don't have any boons right now, which is kind of annoying, but that pulls me into another Bane. So, I guess we'll do this. I guess we'll stick to the plan. Failed Exorcism, a trivial battle. Uh-huh. Yep, not a lot of great options here. But potentially good enough. Potentially good enough. Yeah, that's fair. I can heal off that. We're in no problem. We heal off that, we Anchor of Faith you, we Spark you, so that this rolls everything around it, you get an attack. Ejection? Okay. I feel like I didn't understand what the point of that was. Okay. You die, and it doesn't matter in the slightest. Genuinely doesn't matter. It's like, watch this. I don't understand what the game's doing here. Game's being silly. Greater Forge initiated. What have you got for our forges? We have all inheritance are replaced with redeem. A random creature. I mean, it seems to me that this just guarantee we get a 1 strength. Right, all of these options are good, so like I'm totally okay with that because now I can get the like cool. There can be a cool thing in there. Pact exchange. We can also swap out some stuff that's bad for stuff that's better. What have we got here? Flask of Thought, the Flesh, and Thorns deals damage to just everybody. We've got Filth Gorger. On resolve, damage on enemy creatures become permanent. You gain things for each victim. Oh. Or we get Anointed Knife, which deals double damage to the big guy. Or just, I guess, just deals double damage, potentially. Names of the Saints. Unresolved takes damage. Its host gains... I don't honestly love any of these guys, but, you know, that's fine. This is certainly better than that. Like... And I don't love Filth Gorger or the at any costs. Like, it is good, but they're expensive for what they are. So I like that more. Especially since I can now immolate her into Anointed Knife. Which seems to me quite good. Right, because I can just sneak a guy. The Horseblinders. You gain the Layoff and Premonition cards each turn. Forcing sacrifices, but drawing more. Compulsive must be played before any non-compulsive cards. Destroy an own creature, gain buff equal to its shit. And I can't discard that one. So that's no bueno. I mean, I'm kind of forced. I don't have a good option for what I'm doing here. But let me just cycle this guy. I've got a plan. It's not, I think, a very good plan. Enemy discarded gold. And then you do annoying things there. This forces... Either I do nothing or I am forced. Well, that sucks. We discard that. We can't get anything better. That's a no. No, we cannot. And then we can Comet Archer into Anchor of Faith. Enter. Hello, Ketzel! This is a historical related game. It may not look it right now, but we are 17th century lawyers doing magical attacks and sorcery against the devil. And his minions. Right? Maybe Odin. Not guaranteed. Only a definitely maybe. Definitely maybe Odin. Man, these options are all bad. I want to discard one of these guys right now. Just because I need this guy to be actually dead. And he's not right now. And he's Liam O'Brien. You're making a lot of compelling cases here. Huh. Copy this asset without its text and slide it 1. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Cool, we'll do that. We'll draw 2 cards. One of them is an immolator, which is awesome. If you're me, I guess. Yeah, because you'll kill. Then I can, I'm full up, so I will add an immolator to my immolator so I can immolate while I immolate? I think that's how that works. Oh, immolators do attack while they're in reserve. Oh, that's helpful to know. And then I need to lay off again, which is a pain in the ass. But that's fine. I have so many bloody things and just nothing good to spend it on. But yeah, Quetzal, it also dropped, it just released in early access, like, earlier this week on Wednesday. And is very, very good. It's under $10 right now, so if you want just really immaculate vibes on that front, highly recommend. Now, can I get my giant explodey guys out? Giant explodey guys, my beloved. Nope. Yep. That's a hand limit reached. I may as well do that. Frankly, I may as well do that. Ew. 2 more of them? 2 more of them? So rude. So rude. But you have tunnel 2? No, you have tunnel 1. Oh, but you're gonna kill. What if I evaporated this guy? Though. Hear me out. Then I drop you there. And you go up here. And then you go up here. No, I can't do that because then that breaks. Nope, I need to not do that. I need to be very careful about not doing exactly that. And then you die. I take 2, you just fall apart. You die, gives him one. Don't kill that guy at all. A Dampier? A Dampier? And that guy. Ooh, this is bad all around. This got out of hand real fucking fast. No, I have to destroy an owned creature. Oh, that sucks. One really bad hand just kind of absolutely evaporated me. Now, I've got a crap ton of resources on this front. But now, the question is, can I do enough? That would do enough, right? Because that's 2 hits, 2 and 2. You burn for 1 and 1, and that wipes his board. And maybe, this guy will survive. Thanks for the feast. He's not going to survive. Tragic. Which means I'll need to sacrificial lamb into sacrifice, into premonition, into immolator, into rejecting standard with this guy in the back. Ooh, and he just kills everything. Oh, that sucks. I have to obliterate you. Which is fine? Currently fine. Because I do this. I do this. I do this. I intentionally do this there. So that way, hopefully you survive so I have something to sack. Damn it, it doesn't survive. Oh, that sucks so much! It was such a good idea, and then I had to sack this guy for 8 million MP that I can't do anything with. Oh. Man! On the bright side, I'm not really actually in any danger. My guy survived the entire turn. Look at him go. Okay, premonition. Okay. Last thought you. I'm actually gonna discard that in the hopes of pulling a different card. Stunted spawn will buff up that guy. We put an immolator up top for funsies. And there we go. The hope here is that this guy... Oh, he doesn't survive. God damn it! Every time. Every time. Every time. Every time. So annoying. That's alright, we got a better one. We got a better one. And then we sacrificial... We actually want to sacrificial lamb you up here. And we end turn on that. Not that I necessarily think that that's awesome. Because you're gonna just, yeah, do that. Force me to sack this. Blah. Blah. Oh, that only hits its neighbors, so that doesn't actually do anything. I thought I had a good plan, and then I didn't. Oh, that's so sad. On the bright side, I'm not really taking damage. So that's gotta count for something. I want to discard that in the hopes of getting another guy. Incredible. Yeah, that's what I want to do. That's how I want to do that. Because I don't care about killing this guy. Like, he doesn't matter, and he just puts another guy in reserve right after. So... and I've got plenty of health to play with right now. So it's kind of like... whatever. Now, let me do this, and we figure out what is the best play here. The reason I don't just stunted spawn into that? And then, like, what? There's no point in me doing this, because otherwise everything just explodes. That hurts, which is annoying, but like, whatever. You're also not scary. You did an exchange, which is fine. That's a 2-1, which now doesn't care. I take 1 damage there, but like, fine. Lay off you for 1 more AP. Premonition you. Hello! Hi! How you doing, friend? I'm having so much fun. Null can tell you, Nick, we spent so much time just looking at the scribble hands on your contracts. A frankly frightening amount of time looking at the scribble hands on your contracts. Just to make you clear as to what kind of game this is, and what kind of day we're having. Oh yeah, I've had a phenomenal time. Ah, man, ooh. I might lose this. I might lose this due to, the incredible, enormous pain that is layoff. That would be very sad, by the way. Oh yeah. We've been having great fun. Again. Because I just don't have a way to force that kill. That's the problem I'm running into, is I just don't have... I don't have a reliable way to force the kill on these. I can kill the back row, but now I just have no way to get through the front row. And thank you for the follow. I'll very much appreciate it. Yeah, just as a heads up, right, we'll be playing more of this here come Sunday. We won't play tomorrow because I'll be busy. We'll be playing... Ooh, that's not good. I'll be playing Reloaded instead. Yeah, it's spicy. I'm getting absolutely overwhelmed. Because this doesn't help my case. Reloaded is such a good time. Genuinely so fun. Fine, I'll end my turn on that. Like, miserable. Don't enjoy that whatsoever. But I just can't get any engine going. What am I supposed to do in the face of that? Especially since I'm going to have to do this into a layoff. Into a this. Into a stunted spawn. Which hopefully erases its... Yeah, good. Erases some of its other oomph. And we'll drop that on the back row just for funsies, and we'll invoke this so we get a thing next turn. Target creature on the battle line attacks immediately, puts me in a really bad spot. You're gonna replace that guy with that guy. Kill, yeah, does kill. Which gets that guy blasted, but here we go again. Wait, we stabilize. Wait, this stabilizes us. Wait, we're so back. Wait, like, don't even worry about it. Because that's kill, that's kill. Inside Out swaps that to a 2-1. Still doesn't kill this guy. Okay, all of those together kill this guy. Dang. Frustrating. Because now I was going to do that. I've got another explosion. Oh, watch this. Watch this. Swing for that. Back you up there so you've got even more backup. We spark you so that you die, and then you take a bunch of damage, and we'll put a retribution on you just in case. Like, yes, we kind of squeaked by, but this is the best situation we have been in yet. And now, we lay off that one, because who cares about it? Genuinely, who cares? Super unimportant. Well, Premonition for fun, because who cares? Again, it's fine. You swing for 4, you swing for 4. Uh-huh. I cannot force the ish. Oh, yes, I can. What am I saying? I don't need that one, I actually want that one instead. And I will replace this with names of the Saints, because that's better. So you do that, you heal, swing, swing. I've never been more back. Genuinely never been more back. Now as long as I'm able to kill one little itty-bitty guy, with all of these units, as long as I'm able to kill one itty-bitty guy, I win. I just needed one good hand. I just needed one. Outpost after outpost, though, Bill's prying out nails from the home office walls. It doth threaten collapse. Just a bark at that damned American, yet as well the instrument of her dread miracles, my own self included. As she spake not often unto Ian, her familiars hath one comfort, if cold. When a piece apace, to our utmost work we all, we may yet surpass her art, i.e. or turn her curse. I can... Well... I have plenty of... How many more? After this round, Revelations will expire, so use all of them. This... Oh, you can add a fourth one. Oh, that's so sad. I didn't realize I could add a fourth one. Oh, Excelsior, will there now be some gruntling Simeon Jake be celebrated? Ritual complete. Available for me to use in future rituals. Abjuring Force. Endless Host, Subversion, Rage Whisperer, and Fate Trader. One inheritance card remains. So I don't have to beat him all 5 times. I just need to make sure that we solve our problem, right? Like, as long as I get rid of all the inheritances, we're fine. Job's a good one. I hope. I hope. Oh, the little suckling is distraught. On faith's grand scale, earneth he the boons he has thus far enjoyed. Take for thine exhibit A this house, but for American's magic, the child would have shivered out his last in some frosted hovel beyond the sight of God. As did the fool Norseman who tried to claim this land some bygone centuries twained. Unfit subjects they for Malta's boyish idolatry. Excellent. So, well, this is, you know, not Greenland. This is legally not Greenland. This is Greenland. So, right, Norse settlement in Greenland occurs sometime in the 980s, attributed to Eric the Red, and settlements continue until about 1450, where for a variety of causes they are abandoned. An visitor to Greenland from Norway, Ivar Barðarsson, in the 1380s describes that one of the 2 main settlements, confusingly named the Western and the Eastern settlement, despite both being on the western coast of Greenland and being north-south of each other, says that the Western settlement has been completely abandoned under attack by people we now identify as the Thule, the ancestors of modern Inuit, and the Eastern settlement is not doing well. This, for a long time, gave the theory that it got cold, it got violent, everyone died. That seems to not be the case, and what we instead see is a probably 3-generation migration out of there. Right? So, Right? We know it cannot be a mass single event exodus because Iceland records every freaking ship they get because they get like 12 a year. And so a ship that had a significant number of Greenlanders in the 15th century would have been recorded. No such event is recorded, which says that any abandonment must have occurred over a long period of time, in small numbers, a handful at a time, such that it doesn't really get passed as note until the settlement is gone. But we also don't find, marks of mass death events or other such bad things. She stares at the boy, Malta. Unbidden, an almost liquid ripple passes across her fur. Then, rigid. Even the tail. Wide and trembling, her eyes take on a brief reddish shine. Yet, was it not Markin's unlawful life by lawmen sentenced, which doomed the boy to a begetting here? Had the boy perished or passed unborn without his innate forebears who didn't join the family hither, though tragic free now would be his soul of hell and the American. A strange mercy. Ah, whose mouth thusly mules, not Mistress Milk. Past her nap time, 'tis plain. Take a nap. Valron looks up from what seems thought deep enough to verge on trance. Maven, I must needs admit I am somewhat behind in my review of the family contracts. 'Tis my hope to share with thee ere long what I have learned of this were-guild. And the rest I appreciate thy forbearance. Learned men continued. If thou wouldst learn unto truth, submit, in thine annihilating acts become. Unto thy fiends, mentor, school, or church, offer thyself whole in holocaust. Burn thy name in nomine. Goest thou native beyond nature herself, and on when lessons done shouldst thou need to unmake this new house thy home. Begins from the inside and raise it to the bedrock. Uh-huh. Thanks, Valron. You're a good bird. What a good bird. What a good bird. Hello. Mavenry is kin to doctoring, is it not? But fills the cleave not to flesh. Soul surgery. Am I close? Yet is it not by acts and record the same that we are said to damn ourselves, as lately did... Thinking, gauging their candor. Well, back home I hear old Mary stood barrister for those accused of hexcraft, and cited off the precedent of divine law. I and Maven, art thou a doctor and lawyer both, around a single stave entwined? They found their face theatrically, chuckling at what seems good humor. Delightful. Volum mutters a small prayer to himself, a snatch of the common prayer at morning confession. Done those things which we ought not to have done, and there is no help in us, but thou, O Lord, have mercy upon us miserable offenders. He does not notice you. Do you wish to reassure him that you are not here on the Inquisition's behalf, as Nika asked? Or leave him to his thoughts? Excuse me, Herr Svangord, I want to offer some reassurance. Sir, I can see thy mind beareth more weight than e'en our circumstances warrant. Wish thee to know that any spiritual function I serve here would be at the family request. Thou hast no access to the fatherland, no any ecclesiastical arm. How can one fault any of ye for living hither as ye must? The relief that floods his face is offset somewhat by the pincer-like activity of his brows as he realizes he cannot see every room in this crisis. Nika, perhaps thou seest now better than of Dewey and I, how indispensable be. I thank you, Maven. We pray God give thee gramercy. The man seems lost in a private reverie. His body language shifts subtly in response to your approach, but his eyes remain fixed. Hi, Nika. Man! American! American, what terrible news do you have for me down here?
Blood, thou hast the look of a death's head, grimmer than e'en I. Hast thou discovered?
The pitted iron that is your voice seems to take on a renewed
When
edge.
you studied at my foot, what secrets hast thou
oh. We've already done all these. We've already done all these. We're seeing some weird save load behavior with the conversation states. That's alright. Luckily, the place is not so large. So. Bugs, you know? Early access game be like that. No harm done. The lad regards you searchingly past the mask that compresses your identity down to a mere profession and looks you right in the eye. His voice climbs a notch a bit, but otherwise calm. Matter of fact. Doctor, am I going to hell? Your throat closes briefly, opens again, some ancient deep-water instinct. You consider the knowns. From what Voron said to Monica's Monstrous Gambit, Malta as a surrogate soul in lieu of her own, it does seem that the boy is damned, assuming the vigil period elapses, and you cannot by trial and countersuit repent his pact to spare him. And yet she is dead while the boy lives. There is no precedent for this. Malta looks up with you, eyes wide with worry. Spain's family church of choice redeems via faith rather than good or evil. Oh! Oh, they are Lutheran. Oh, this is the first explicit confirmation that these are Lutherans. We're in a period where someone might be exiled yet for being Catholic, in Denmark. Because we're only 70-ish years after the Reformation and the insistence on Catholicism. So, like, still worries of papacy, abound. But the statement that good or evil deeds do not matter and only faith does is directly taken from Martin Luther's commentary on the Apostles' Creed. And so this is the first actually fully explicit confession of Lutheranism that we have gotten for the squad in the game, which is nice. Very devoted, which is why she managed to haggle it down to exile instead of execution. She's good at this. She sucks so much, but damn is she good. Some strange comfort I thee here offer, Malta. American soul was to be claimed 48 hours after her death. Yes, thine is now in its place offered, yet from thy flesh thou hast parted not. How they mean to use it while thou livest, I know not. Ambiguity is, in law, the garden from which all hope doth spring. That's a nod, slightly bolstered at first. But then in regards to the sharp objects in the room, the vast dark emissions in its recesses, he lowers his voice. Can they just not kill me? All expertise has limit, Malta, even mine. The beast is within basest matter rudely mired. Some claim that devils drive us into madness. No, very Scandinavian of them right here, by the way. There's a folktale trope, in Iceland especially, but also elsewhere, of some upstart Lutheran priest rolls up, starts trying to change things. A Tröllkona rocks up, stands right outside the churchyard, goads the priest into madness. He runs outside, gets snatched by the Tröllkona, thereby breaking the church wall, and she runs off into the mountains and eats the guy. Jon Árnason collects like 8 of those stories in his Íslenskir Þjóðsögur So, if we associate trolls with devils, very Scandinavian of them. Yet, by symptom, no proof he parts it from the mortal madding of the everyday. Now thy sleepwalking doth from my birth of knowledge startle me, if thou canst unlock a door. Could I a dagger see? Well, awake I'll stay as long as able, and I'll take measures. Yonder hast thou my blood for prick, so file mine oath to keep it company. He carefully reasons out his pledge, pacing. He seems bolstered by the fact that you admitted that you two have mortal limits. Should I feel of bedtime ferried, I shall by irons lock mine ankle to the bedpost and trust the key to my dog. Malta looks up with your eyes wide with worry. Also, by the way, the Vanguard name does hail from your thrice-grandfather, Marican's husband, Danes and proud reformers all, who hold with Luther that Christ's grace calls unto thee, and in faith alone thou answerest. Said he, we are not saved by works, but if there be no works, then with thy faith is something amiss. He recites an enjoining impression of old Volum, his eyes gone dull. Surprisingly, that corresponds to his touch obscure. Faith lacking fruit is not an efficacious faith. That's not very... Okay. Quickly they pop wide and attentive again, so it really is to cut you off. Sorry, pardon that word, pray speak. Please. Oh nay, pray continue, Reverend Father. Now, caught between rational doubt and the mise en abîme of self-observation, he continues haltingly. Oh, doctor, nay, I cry pardon twice or again, just... Well, wherefore doth my grandsire fix on such a troll's face to warn us against dire and deadly sin? Or else so has me none most special. I mean to ask, if the big rule doth say we believe in him and are saved, wherefore go so fearful right over the small loft? Here again the roll of works unsung, thy family believe thus sin, which may severity bind weaken faith, unto our damnation doth lead by inches. Yet, who doth say if a small sin's big enough, or if mine own faith meeteth his measure? All I have read, page by page, and found me no tally stick to figure by. To yestertime its kin, when scripture was all original Roman, nay, Latin, and the lowborn hadn't the schooling for it. We just had to take fathers at their word, and lo, she gestures at you with a vast and swaying contract all. Does I show instant regret for the ingratitude? The boy's mouth makes more apologetic shapes, but the sound falls away as if behind thick glass. Beside Malta, you abruptly behold yourself wiping your young brow, your body caked in ink of a half a dozen hues. And now Marican, here just a towering shadow. You're... Oh. Oh, we're Sami. Oh, we're Sami. Well, that... Fascinating. 2 points of erasure within a blue-black living smudge. Younger then than Malta now. Taking corrections from your mentor. I would, by the way, give you one small warning on this. Lapland, though period accurate, is regarded by some South Sami groups especially as a slur for the Sapmi. So I would take some caution on there, just to make sure that we're kind of consulting with Sami groups to make sure that it is okay in the period piece. Taking corrections from your mentor, what seemed her second prime. In prior years she had stolen her education in the guise of a man, but by this latter era she was past pretending. Her own practice, her own press. Your eyes flit from your own face to Malta before you, awkwardly shifting. Even now, in his half-hatched way, instinctive, the boy seems to warble the secret song behind all Marican's philosophy. Marican barking orders a younger you, but her hand rests on Malta's shoulder in the here and now. In this, your own vision of the past, she meets your eyes, seeming out of time to gaze back. Malta's sleepwalking, mustn't forget, this hidden room the child knew. Is this contrary striving spirit a family's trait, or did she tint him a little before she passed? You looked down at your adult hands. Ink everywhere. Your mind recites, all mark no skin hath the printer's devil. You blink several times before the stain fades. Oh, I'm glad to see we're doing well. Stage direction is not currently branched by period. The other point of confusion is that Laplander is Finnish. Because historically Finland was part of the Sami, and so Norse sources... Right. Swedish sources love to accuse Finland of being the Lapland. And then Bjormaland, up in northern Finland, is somehow not part of the Sami, despite having Sami people living there. It's a mess. No, I agree with you, it's a mess. There's some real fun maps as you try and figure out the geography of northern Scandinavia in the minds of medieval Scandinavians, because they had no fucking clue of their own homeland. It's great. Your brows knit, in an attempt to focus. If Malta's faith is in some way divided, then by his family standard and thus the Pact's terms, there may be a spiritual vulnerability. Precisely the sort that Marican was qualified to exploit. If the compact on papers are to be believed, hell doth claim thee tomorrow evening. Forced am I to admit that all we have seen thus far doth prophecy. Yeah, Malta, I will do mine utmost to avert thy doom, and with thee this battle of wills win o'er. Will hurt? Angry at the question's perfect absurdity, he digs his nails into his palm, flinches in brief surprise when his own punctured fingertips burst his soft new scab. No, it's a great question. She hated me, great-great-grand, am I? How not? I am sometime bad, not so, but like to cuss her Nils, the pious... to say, me? Damnable bad? Me? Unto her word I was ne'er wayward. Say that from your analysis. Not even the devil can steal a soul. Let's perforce admit mine ignorance that how Markin gained the art to offer a fragment of thy soul to the adversary. Even the devil should not be so powered, to of its sinless bower void of soul and in dark rapture claimed unto himself. Thy consent's the key to either kingdom. Right? You like the idea of some self-estrangement there? I mean, somehow they have wound up in Germany when Markin found them, which is probably not for pleasant reasons. I'm trying to think of known cases of Sami folk making their way into Germany or Poland, Lithuania in this period. And there's an awful lot of unpleasant reasons, and not so many pleasant ones. Balron tasked the contract for Malta's recent blood mark 6 strength to anyone else who looks like a bird battling boredom. Balron speculated that Markin deceived her family into these pacts. The Maltas rehearsed body language when you had him bleed. Practice while sleepwalking, or... Told me just now, no perfect boy am I. Sometimes those stupid Maltas sort right from wrong by the faces people put on and on. Around here, all year around me here are as Moses, old, and faces through old, his eyes dart to your masked visage, then down. Sensing an overstep, it seems he has still lived up this unique coupling of injustice and mystery. It must have unto this world newborn come full versed in every rule. This is delicate. The lad was to castigate Marika, not you. More, he's lumping everyday misbehavior into some omnibus of unaccountable sinfulness, for which his guilt plainly does not match his current peril. The case can advance without perfect disclosure for a short while at least. Malta seems to not have it in him to lay all bare to a stranger. Do you sense a desire to confess behind a subtle dread of voicing it aloud, as if hell might hear and exploit all? Malta, thou didst come to me, abreast of thy truth, thy trust, mine argument on thy behalf doth upon false pretense stand. Mary, if in thine own innocence thou believest is not, by what fair means shall heaven speed? Oh, ingrate am I, twice enough I have been told, and already thou hast helped so much. His skull gone, the young man spins in place a cordial term for relief from eye contact, then squints, considering some future course. I'll be of more... remember it. I'll do it. Here am I sworn, I must needs speak to... I should pray direct for courage. Oh, but meantime, if at thy table there is aught more to do, mayhap will I recall me more of thy slumbers questing. I will try in earnest, I promise. Alright, let's do one more. You know? Let's quick do one more, and by quick I mean not so quick. And then... sorry. See if we can't finish saving this kid. I've only got one problem left. You know? Fine. Or I can not. I was close. When they take, ugh. I hate that one. I despise that one. The first dead allied creature each turn gives things. Recovery in rituals grants more. Great. Fantastic. But briefly, though, fortune favor fools anon, we shall see. Alright, here we go again. Thou art a forger to boot. Let's see, so we could do this. Last one. Random creature gains oomph. Duplicates the first card of the pact. I don't like... I mean, Blast 1 is good, but... Hang on. This is smart. Guaranteed I can get a Nowhere Spirit that blasts 2, and I can use that to just clear bullshit off the board at, like, enormous power. Hang on. I've got a great thought. We'll see if this goes. But, I need to now choose one of these. Most contention, it's a tough one to, like, when it's good, it's really good. When it's bad, it's really bad. You know? When deployed, becomes a black on copy of its previous host. Yeah, no, that's the best. That's far and away the best option. And then I lose. Well, I need some Flask of Thought. I've got 2 in here already. I don't know that I need this, because that still gives me 2 sparks. But my goal here was just to, okay. I'm gonna go this way because I don't need the Transcendent Forge, because I really mostly right now, Greater Boon and Greater Bane. Ugh. But I'm gonna go this way because I want to start clearing those things again. You start the creature with a deployed The Flesh. Curse Bearer. Pact Exchange. Ooh. 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 That can get rid of my other kind of crappy cursed one, so I now only need to clear 1 exchange. I now only need to clear 1 exchange, so... And then we get a Greater Bane. Or we remove Cursebreaker, but no. I just got it, I want it. We'll do Edict Tunnel, that seems fine. It's you're discontenting it? I see you, I respect it. I respect it. Yay, permanent boons and banes! Yay! For this turn, I am not so worried. Right, exactly. Tunnel I don't think is so scary. Okay. Ooh. See, let's draw first. So, some part of me wants to just throw this into the pile and see what happens. But I noticed that a problem emerges when I do that. That's fine. We'll just do this, and then this guy can't actually get to us. He can't actually do much. Right. Okay. So that gets. Really? That's enough to get the kill. Oh, that's so sad. I liked this big guy though. Okay. I mean, this is also a huge pain in the ass, but, like, that's fine. Discard failed projection. Okay, you injure yourself, which means that now you just kill yourself. True! You're so correct. Let's do that. Aw, man, I was hoping it was a different one. Alright, we'll do this that way just in case if I get rolled, I get something good out of it. You know? Higher. Yep, that does that. It was part of the plan. It was part of the plan. I would love something better than that, though. Like, I'm gonna be real. I would love literally anything better. Like, I've got so many good buff options. I would love if any of them showed up. Are you gonna just do that to me again? Cruel. Cruel and unusual. That one! Yeah, see, that one right there. I would have loved to have had that one this entire time. Right? Turn after I needed it, like always. Absolute classic of the genre. But hey, win's a win. Familiars got the margins where the ink lies thin. They found the fault. Margaret herself altered the covenant after it was sealed to refer to this scion as opposed to that of a general case airing her debt. Such unilateral amendment stands void even in Hell's Law. I immensely enjoy the little stupid things that lets them... Alright. I mean, annoying that I lose Stunted Spawn, but... What do we have? Court Spy, slides when it attacks. Flask of Thought again, and Ejection, or Failed Projection, the Endless Host, well, that's a good synergy. Like, that's a pretty good synergy, and that's not a bad... This is just better Thrall. It's expensive, though. I don't adore either of them. Or I have this. Resolve damage on... So, Filth Gorger Chant. this one. Maybe I'll do that one. Because that's another good... That's another good option. Can I get my revelations in? Infernal Battalion. Boss battle. No high-flashed mortal charlatan shall e'er void our claim. Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh. Yeah, you got my... Right. That is done as intended. Did I just premonition into premonition? Thank you. This guy is my least favorite guy. You know that? This guy right here. Absolute super annoying. I can discard things right now. I guess I'll just spark you, because I kind of don't care. Alright, Ember, thank you so much for hanging out. I'll swap that out, see if we get a better option. Okay, fine. Not a bad thing. Not a bad pull. But a fine pull. You get... Oh, that's my guy. Hey, look, that's my guy. Look at that. Okay. How do I want to do this? You kill, so that's fine. You do 2 there, so that's fine. If I put an immolator in reserve up here... Right? That's a nice creature. Shame if something happened to it. But I want something to happen to it. It's just rude, you know? Fine, we'll do that. Ooh. Interesting. That wasn't exactly how I expected that to go. That wasn't how I expected that to go. Okay. That's fine. Not a problem. Uh-huh. No, because you tunnel. You tunnel, which makes it completely pointless. There. We'll just blast him. So anyway, I started blasting. And then you take 3. There we go. Hell's Heart. Deal 2 damage to any target. Okay, that's fair. And then you whack me for 2 more. Because, duh. Hmm. I'll just do that. Ugh. Ugh. Ew. Blah. Eh. So bad. I would happily at Names of the Saints. So if I did this... Do I have enough oomph that I can just win this turn? Hang on. If I have enough oomph that I just win this, I want to do that, even if that hurts. Even though that hurts. That's 4. And that's -5. Not pretty, but effective. I got nails when it does threaten collapse. Yes, thank you. Targeting round 2. Up. And then I will mess up one of your revelations. Cool. I have 8 revelations left, which is fine. Oh, tenacious about which riseless fleet to meet demand. Okay, options. Pact exchange, boon. Elite battle into another pact exchange. Transcendent forge. Or I can go here, 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 there. So that gives me a transcendent boon, which is really good. And it gives me a greater forge, which is good. And I gotta dodge the damning bane, which is better. I got thoughts! Oops, someone mistranslated something. If we use originalist jurisprudence, we can identify that there's an oops. We can identify an oopsie. Now, the question is... Random creature in the pact gains sneak. Or greater spell efficacy. I'll do that. I'll do that. Blah. That didn't give me a way to get rid of the thing, which is what I'm afraid of. Like, I really want to clear all things this go around. No, not the aggressive overreach. Boop. Boop. Oh. Well, that didn't... Oh yeah, because you have tunnel. Duh. I was like, why did you do that? But no, that makes perfect sense. You absolutely should do that. Well, that was bad. That's okay. Exactly! Everything with overreach is bad unless if they're mine. When they're mine, they're brilliant and I love them dearly. Discard that, swap it out. Great. Love that. So we shall, in fact, we'll even put that in there. So that we then go, spark, and spark. So that way, we get heals, we get more heals. The point is now we're just trying to out-heal this. What? You have Tunnel 2? What do you mean you have Tunnel 2? Brutal. Despised that. Well, let me swap that. There's so many of them, and they're all so cute. Who doesn't love these guys? Who doesn't love these guys? Unfortunately, hang on. Hang on. I've got to play. There we go. That'll protect my bucket brigade from... That protects my bucket brigade from that guy. Ow. Fine. Because you hit that, you overshoot, you do that. Now these guys survived. I love when a plan comes together, you know? Right, the double heal is also great on these crappy ones for when I throw. For when I throw incredibly hard. No, not my guy! No! My bucket brigade! What have you done? $4x stacked heal? That's incredible. This is my designated loading interval. Proceed. We shall keep count. Okay, no, it's fine. We'll do this. We'll do a transcendent boon. When I take damage, gain armor. Allied creature can have a second reserve? Well, don't mind if I freaking do. Like, hello? Oh no. Edict, counter the first enemy creature gains counter. Counters go counter, blah blah blah. Boom. Yeah, and you resolve and resolve. Yeah, don't worry about that. Don't want to do that. Beautiful. That's what I was aiming for. No, see, I can't do that because then I don't get the 2 heals on me. It's not like it's bad. I just then don't get the 2 heals on me. And that's worse. I want to get these big heals whenever I can. God, that's wildly scary. Okay, well that's... Being able to obliterate that guy down to 0 attack is pretty good. So... Voila! Easy peasy. Recovers 220 after 5 are removed, and then we get a bunch more, so we're 23 revelations. Ah, that's so sad. No, I'm 1 revelation short. I was 1 revelation short. I really hoped to get to 24, and I failed. Sanguine Champion. Grim Tribute in hand. Why is there a kneading pole? Why do you have a kneading pole? Is that horse actually? That looks like horse. Don't kneading pole me. That's rude. Kneading pulling me is rude. How dare you? Please don't. Wait, please don't give me 2 more. Sorry. I didn't give you permission to do that. Sure, I guess I'll premonition again. Why not? Get out of here. Well, now I need... Oh, boy. That's ominous. Sacred Vessel grants 2 armor to the guy when it dies. You're mean. You're mean is what you are. Alright, I don't want that right now. My guy. My Healy boy. My Healy man. There we go, boom, boom, boom. And turn. Ah, I should have started buffing this, bro. I could have started buffing. Okay, Grim Tribute. Unresolve deals... Oh. Okay. I see. Yeah, I don't want that thing. Oh, it's not. Sorry. It is a kneading pole impaling a guy with, like, voodoo stick things in your... Fine. That goes from bad to worse. Right? There's even the reference. It's like the kneading pole cosplayer, right? I mean, it's clearly referencing it because you got the horse skull on top of the thing, but you got a little bit of Vlad the Impaler snooping his way through. And like, that's the whole thing. Man, I was really hoping for something else there. That's alright, we got double heals. We're so back. Another one! You're killing me here, Smalls. Fine. So, I mean, objectively, is this good? No. Is it just exceptionally funny and I'm going to do it? No, no, no. Yeah. Yeah, I'm totally gonna do it. What am I kidding? I was like, I shouldn't, and I was like, yeah, I should. The bucket! The unstoppable. Aw, oh, man. What's this guy? Who are you? Yes, thank you. I understand that the bid is thine. I would like plus mania. I'm gonna drop you right there, please, and thank you. No! Not my buckets! Alright, we're so here. We are so in it. Watch this. That's now a 4-5 with infinite buckets. And the bucket, by the way, has done... The bucket has done far and away the most damage. What's... Oh, heals completely after resolve. Who cares? Genuinely don't give a shit. Ah, I shouldn't have done that. That was stupid. That's alright, we take these. Teaching the buckets to punch is so funny. No, genuinely incredible. Oh, you still didn't spawn. That's my gimmick. How dare he? I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it doesn't... Then, in the off chance that you've managed to kill me, I've got a solution. I say off chance because... Oh, that's a 6-7. Boo. Yeah. Yeah, the undo button is very good in like all other contexts. Oh damn it, I'm full. That's so sad. Wait. Surely there's something better I can do. See, there's another one. right now, I think I'm just fine. I think we just sit here and just kind of keep taking it. Because they just can't beat 7 damage. Like, he just literally cannot do enough damage for this to be a problem. Now, this isn't great. This isn't great. But I can immolate her in the reserve. Immolate her in the reserve just for the clear. Ah, you stunted spawned a sacrificial lamb? What's this guy doing? Get this man out of here. And you're too far in the lead. Okay. I understand. Man, that sucks though. I can't actually wipe this guy. Hear me out. No, because it doesn't... No, that doesn't work. I thought I was cooking, and I was not, in fact, cooking. Hear me out instead. Honestly, that's super will-coded. Absolutely, no, like, I cannot imagine a more will thing than, No, he's gonna kill my guy! No! This is so sad. Luckily, it doesn't matter. Just for fun, I'm gonna like ruin his day that way. Oh yeah, because you got blast, so. Yeah, exactly. I agree. That's exactly what happened. Is the null, right? I killed, and then the wasp fired, and so I was hitting the wrong thing, which I don't care about. Like Norn spun Fate, these turns off badly. Oh, we're just layering in all the references here, aren't we? Cool. Discarded, 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 enacted. I take that. Absolutely take that. Well content. Why are you content with the results? Those results were bad. Ritual complete. Available to me in future rituals. Ugh. And I still have 1 inheritance left. Ah! I gotta get that one swapped out. Passing through sounds are I may, but twice upstairs as if I pushed me there as well. Forgive me, I confounded myself, yet the feeling of will not quit me. I hope my room is intact. What a strange... What an odd thing to say to someone. What do you mean you just say, I hope your room's fine? Like, who starts a conversation that way? Voron. Who starts a conversation that way? You're still a good bird. Alright. Well, we shall leave it here. because 6.5 hours is a long time, but we will be back on Sunday, picking right where we left off. So we'll do a little bit of a history hour at the start. Right, at the start of Sunday stream, we'll spend a little bit of time talking actually in more depth about 17th century Scandinavia and the witch trials. And then we'll dive right back into this, because it is really lovely. Thank you to, right, Nick and everyone else, all the other devs who have been hanging out. Like, y'all are very lovely, and you put out an absolute stonker of a game. So I've been having a great time, and yeah, I'm really, really excited. But tomorrow we'll be back, with Relooted, which is also super fun. So that'll be a great time for everyone. Because we're just having great times. Oh yeah, no, you got it exactly right, by the way. If you are over on Twitch, oh, and thank you for the follow. If you are over on Twitch, we are about to raid over to Will Overguard, because Will Overguard is currently hanging out with Dan Olson, Mr. Folding Ideas himself. I think they've started the conversation. I know that's on the plan for tonight. I don't know how much wafflemancy happened there. So, that's just going to be a great time for literally everyone. So, we're going to head over there. If you're over on YouTube, we'll catch you tomorrow, same time, same place. Let's roll the credits. Let's get on out of here. Thanks, everyone. Thank you to everyone on the side of the screen who are our patrons who make this possible. Also, thank you to NTK2 Freak, Occult Game Dev, VFig, and Nullspeak for the follows, Parisian and Jaren for the and Bree for all the subs, and VFig for the raid. It was so lovely to see so much support for this awesome game. All of my folks, go buy this. It's less than $10 right now. Absolute freaking steal. Just do it. And yeah, I'll see everyone tomorrow. I hope you have a good rest of your evenings. Bye-bye.